Alright, Snowball. Jotun Hurler. And we're getting there. I'm pretty tempted to mirror image the Cobalt Acolyte and give the Jotun Hurler flying. I think that wouldn't be a terrible plan. My opponent, in the meantime, is just building up nasty creatures that want to hurt me. Oh good, this deck has Wisdom in it. That makes it a lot better. Alright, I'm gonna mirror image the Acolyte to the Jotun Hurler in the air. We'll do our blocks later. But that'll give me a way to actually finish off this game. Cool. Arachnodon next? Yeah. And we've got it. Even if he draws like a torch off of that double Quartermaster nonsense, I think we have him. You too, gamer guy? Yeah, this is a tough tutorial. Like, it's actually gotten a little harder due to some of the card changes and some of the cards that the new decks are running. The harmony of nature is not to be meddled with. Whether your motives be good or ill, the Shadowlands are best left as the world made them. Alright. Vengeful Forces. Oh, this is almost a keepable hand, but can't really run one power, even with the possibility of an Island's favor. Just gonna chunk that down a little bit more. How many packs did I get deleted? 187. I like the mirror image. It's fun. Alright, one there. Let's play Thunderbird down. I guess Thunderbird is still a tutorial card. I thought it got removed? Maybe not. What's the word? Thunderbird. Oh, alright, sweet. Primal Incarnation's a pretty solid card. Combined with Windshaper, we've actually got a way to get across. This should be great. Okay, so 7 damage here. I could increase that by 2 by playing Thunderbird, or I could increase by 2 by playing Windshaper. I think it's better to play the Thunderbird first. Although, if I play Windshaper, I can double up that way. Because if I play, I can mirror image Windshaper as well. That's an option. There are a lot of different ways that I can increase my damage by a lot in the air. I'm not worried about what's on the ground right now, so I think I'm just going to play the Thunderbird. Vengeful Forces is not being very vengeful. Not gonna block, it might have Finest Hour. It usually doesn't bluff, so... Alright. Alright, I don't think I need another Thunderbird to win this. Yeah, we pretty much got it sealed up. No blocks there. Oh, he must have rapid shot. He wouldn't be attacking otherwise. Alright, massive overkill. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. It adds to the board in different ways. There's a case to be made for both of them, depending on how you want to develop your board. Disciples of the monasteries of Cambrai seek their power from within. What potential do you have, I wonder? Still waiting to be unlocked. Okay, so the monasteries of Cambrai are apparently... interesting. I'm not sure what relationship this is going to have to Cambrai. Are we fighting a Cambrai deck? We're fighting Ancient Power. Okay, got it. Cool, cool, cool. Cloud Snake Hatchling. Some really good 3-drops, but not a 3rd power. I think I'm going to redraw here. I'm not keen on just Cloud Snake Hatchling carrying me across. Alright, we got 5 power and a wisdom. That's usually an okay hand. Ah, Crystallizes in the deck. Nice. Play Wisdom after attacks, or at the end of our turn, rather. Oh. There are 51 people watching right now. Nice. Hey, we got Ice Sprites. Cool. Well, my opponent's doing Stone Nothing, and I am also doing Stone Nothing. I think eventually this situation teeters out in favor of my opponent if he's playing a Cambrai mid-range type deck. But if he keeps playing cards like Oasis Sanctuary, then things aren't going to go very well for him. We'll play the Wyvark down, get ourselves a little bit of a flight advantage. And my food is ready. Hold on a sec, folks. Give that a minute or two to cool off. Alright. Swings. Hatchlings, yay. Okay. Yeah, isn't it great that it's on Steam? I'm really excited about it being on Steam. That's a pretty big deal. Okay, Mystic Ascendant is a card. That is a card that I can't actually deal with. I don't believe that blue really runs anything that's going to be able to kill it. So we basically have to stun it. Oh, wait. I fucked up, actually. I just kill it with this and then snowball. But I think, since the card quality of this deck is so low, we actually just want to rush it. We do actually have an option to kill it. Not now, but later. In any case, it's locked down. Wow. We got the late game going on here. Okay. Thunderbird here. We'll cast the Island's Vapor, and we're just going to race him down. There's no way he gets through for enough. Not with Crystallize in our deck. Dormant Sentinel. Oh, this is the new Carnosaur Behemoth, assumably. Okay, so Primal Incarnation is definitely in. I think I'll attack with everything but the 1-2, because I want something to block that 7-7. If it doesn't get a power. If it does get a power, then, well, I'll just have to block the 5-5. Sanctuary Priest, extending your clock by just a little bit. Sanctuary Priest is one of the cards that got a slight buff this game. Yeah, you can stop the tutorial at any time, but I don't think it really makes that super clear. Block there. And then we'll kill his face in. And the tutorial's basically over, right? This is just like a single player mode. Crystallize for fun. And excellent. I think this is like my 4th, 5th time doing the tutorial now. We've played this game, you know. We've been playing this for a while. Many bold young hunters set out from Archenports to stalk the night maw and claim a trophy. The poor fools soon learned that they are the prey. That's pretty cute. Yeah, I always will play the AI. The AI is the best possible, like, option for BMing, because it can't really feel actually salty about it. Let's see here. This is fine. My oven's still beeping, and I also have to, like, attend to some other things. Be right back, guys. Computer will wait forever. Alright. What are you playing, computer? Deathbite Spider, that's awful. Nightmaw is the Midnight Beast, apparently. I could play a unit down here to block the Deathbite Spider. I think Scaly Groin seems like not a bad choice. Yeah. I just want that thing out of the way. Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. I'll make myself a 2-1 flyer and we'll block the Desperado. Hopefully the Midnight Beast is not running snowballs. He's running Blood Beetles, that's pretty scary. Alright, if I don't generate a second blocker, then one Desperado gets through, which I guess is fine. I'd rather draw these cards. Okay. So we take a little damage here. Play down Jotun Hurler, which should be a solid blocker. Oh, yikes. I'm probably gonna have to mirror image Jotun Hurler to get blockers up for those two Lithrai Rangers. Oh, we're safe. Okay, cool. Well, now things get fun. Skycrag Wyvark kills that. You have to block that. The amount of damage that he's actually got going on, I think it's probably best to polymorph here and snowball. And then we'll have blockers available for everything. Easy trade there. I'm just gonna staff here. Get some cards going. The game has not been running slower for me, Revchik. Uh-oh, what happened here? Trickster's Cloak, okay. Well, let's hope he doesn't draw another one of those. I'm gonna play Windshaper here so I have a blocker. And if he wants to trade, he can trade. Okay. I think I'd rather defend the, There are a couple of ways we can do this. I think I'd like to defend my life total and my cards. So we'll go for that. So a 3/3 Thunderbird with a Windshaper for backup makes us a 4/4. Amethyst Acolyte this time only pops the Aegis, so we're still fine. We have a blocker. And we're drawing lots of cards, which is also important. Good to get that trade going on. Alright, I think we're in good shape. Okay, so that's a 4/4. 8 damage clock in the air. He's got 2 on the ground that I can't deal with. And I don't think I should. I think I just swing with everything here. Play the Primal Incarnation, and we have a victory condition. Alright, and that's the game. Oh. Well done. The world holds many dangers, but you need not face them alone. Courage and cunning have been displayed. The Crown Watch is supposed to end at the city walls, but they keep forgetting that not everybody lives by their rules. Why don't you remind them? Alright, come on, Vara. What are we up to? Mm-hmm. Initial hand is okay. There's not a lot to like about it, but the Vara's favor on the Tinker Apprentice looks okay. And of course, Soul Collectors can be pretty reasonable if we manage to get them down with some other stuff going on. What's my opinion of Feln Cauldron? It looks like a very fun card, and maybe not a very good card. We will see how it goes. It is the Hearthstoniest card that I have seen them play. Okay. Well, he's gonna get some value out of Spire Chaplain this time around. I can't really do anything about that. Even worse, okay. Double Varas gets us a 2/2 Soul Collector, but our hand is pretty weak, actually. We didn't draw any better units, so he's just gonna pull out most of the power from his deck. That's gonna end up a lot better for him. Alright, I could throw Blackguard Sidearm down on a Soul Collector. I can also use the Soul Collector to block this 3/2 and get another 2/2 Soul Collector. Which seems fine. I need to defend my health total a little bit, and this gains me 2 health. And also gets me a 3/3 Soul Collector, which is better than I expected. Oh, that's a terrible card. Do I even have cards that deal with that? Maybe I should Blackguard Sidearm here? Alright. I think we might lose again. Goodness. This tutorial mission has got some tough ones in it. We live for one more turn. That is actually the card we needed. I was really curious if it was in the deck. Okay, so we have a chance of stabilizing now that he's no longer drawing all the power out of his deck, but there's also a pretty good chance that he's going to play a unit every turn for a while. He pulled a lot of power out of his deck, so he's going to be drawing some stuff that's not power. And we're still flooding. We've been flooding the entire time, I think. Okay. You got me, computer. Alright. Reward for this one is 4 Devouring Shadow, which is a pretty useful card, I would say. Well, Thrive Falchion is the second reward, huh? So I'm gonna say Spider first, followed by Wisp, or maybe Cabal Cutthroat. Yeah, Cutthroat trades for 2 life every turn. Cutthroat's actually an interesting attack pattern. I might not actually want to block with it. My opponent might not want to attack here. Nice. Okay. I'd like to keep the Vara's favor, but I really can't. Not if I want to hit Soul Collector on 4. So we'll wait. Okay, Soul Collector on 4. We attack in, and we get a block, and that puts our Soul Collector up to a 3-3. And now we'll be able to play our Dark Wisps for defense. Oh, sad day. It's especially rough because we need to, like, attack here to get the, weapon. Ah, but he took the trade, so all the better for us. And we have the Thorn Beast Dark Wisp combo, which is pretty strong. Not a bad early deck. Steadfast Deputy. So I'll play my 5/5. We drew a Shadow Sigil, which doesn't help me very much, but Direwood Rampager is available on 6. And we have a pretty sizable numbers advantage for the moment. Oh good, the Death Strike. I was a little worried that at some point the 4/6 Endurance was going to come down, and we'd be without our Death Strike, but now that we have it, we should be able to just plow through. Three more time games and Primal Justice. Okay. So this is how much damage? 15? Oh, so it's lethal if we Death Strike here. Perfect. We got him. And the last of the tutorials, oh, there's still 3 left, right, okay. Grenadin, they're like some sick tinker's practical joke upon the world. Sure, they might look playful, but if you hear one ticking, run. Alright. Funadin. Funadin drones. We got Strength in Numbers. This is a pretty good early hand, I would say. It's not great against Grenadin, but the Varus Favors helps quite a bit. And these will help me against any large threats that Strength in Numbers might be playing. Going for Initiate to, like, early swing into Grenadin. That's kind of cute. So real happy I have that Varus Favor. That should slow my opponent's roll quite a bit. I'm not sure if I'm going to get good trades for my 1/1s here. I think it's probably worth it to attack in and just take the trade. Seeing as we have another one of these. And that'll give Cabal Cutthroat a little bit of room to maneuver and get some lifesteal going. But Assembly Line does happen. I'm not really willing to trade in Cabal Cutthroat for 2 Grenadin, so we'll leave that alone. Alright, Spirit Drain. I am willing to trade a 4/3 for 3 Grenadin. That gives us 4 units, or 4 power worth of units on the board. Most of my removal spells are big and clunky. In general, you always kill the Grenadin without the ability, because if it's in purple, then you can get that back and get an extra Grenadin. Let's keep the pressure on. It's looking pretty good so far. Dark Wisp we got. I could attack with Cabal Cutthroat now, but I'm waiting on a Blackguard sidearm. Got Devouring Shadow. So once again, if anything big actually comes out, we'll be okay. I think I'll trade this in for all 5 of his Grenadin. And we'll grab it back, and we'll make it into an 8/8. Yeah, Epiton, it's open beta! We've gotten totally wiped. We have like 187 packs worth of fun stuff to play with, but we're probably just gonna try to make Master as fast as we can, using nothing but the base cards. Alright, we're through Strength and Numbers. Good times. Got some new cards added to our deck. Tell the Great Owls. Hoping the Great Owls will tell you how to live. Cute. The Primal Wisdom guys. Alright, let's see here. So we got Vara's Favor, Dark Wisp, and Cabal Cutthroat. That's a pretty good start. I can open 3 different ways. The defensive way, the offensive, like, removal-based way, or the Cabal Cutthroat way. Which is the offensive way. And now I'll be able to play Vara's Favors to, like, defend myself, which is pretty sweet. Fortunately, the computer is not too bright when it comes to fast spells. Yeah, I will go through the list of changes and give my thoughts on them before we start on the ladder. I might actually do that right about now-ish. This has been kind of a long section of just the tutorial. But I mean, I'm also finishing up food and everything because I wasn't prepared to stream until... Didn't realize it was going to be happening quite so fast. Alright, let's pop down Soul Collector. There's a pretty good chance that she's going to get some buffs. Okay, cool. So now we got a sizable amount of damage going. I'm happy to attack with these 2, since either one of them getting blocked is not a big deal for me. And that buffs Soul Collector again. We'll play Back Alley Bouncer here. That's an interesting target for the Chill. I wasn't planning on attacking it with it next turn anyways, so I think we'll be okay. 4/3 Elder. That card is a problem. I have to attack with this 1/1. Play Doom and Wisp. This is pretty problematic. The only thing I can attack with right now is this 1/1. If I attack with anything else, my Soul Collectors get buffed, which is kind of nice. And I kind of need some card draw, so let's go for that. Didn't get much good out of it, but the soul collectors are going to gradually spiral out of control. Assuming we don't get murdered first. Yikes, this is going to be rough. Alright. I think what we need to do here is just go for a giant soul collector play. I don't know that we're going to be able to make this happen otherwise. So now we've got a 7-7 and a 6-4, and that's a pretty good start. The Wind Shaper hurts us. No other way to put that. That's really bad for us. I think attack with everything and hope that the Soul Collectors live. If they don't live, that's fine too, because I gained some health out of it. Okay, so now I've got a 10-10 Soul Collector and a 6-4, and I gained enough health to stay alive. Swing with everything here. We're gonna get like a triple block of some kind? Maybe not. Okay, fair enough. Opponent's pushing for lethal. We have to Death Strike that. It's got endurance, so I can't actually like secure a win that way. But the Soul Collectors are in. Gonna get a chump block here. As long as I don't get another chump block, we win. Okay, sweet, he drew a power. Ooh. My cam has come out of focus. What's going on with the autofocus here? Come on, buddy. Figure it out. There we go. Thanks for telling me, guys. That's weird. Usually it doesn't have that many problems. Maybe we need to get some more light on our faces. Alright, and yeah, we are all done here. Just Ravenous Thorn Beast. Make a big dude. And we have lethal. Hey, a Vampire Bat. I think they're cheaper now. I don't think they used to cost 2. Did they used to cost 2? Were they 2 cost units? Hard to say. All right. I apologize for eating my dinner on stream, but yeah. It's the tutorials, so. Scavenging Vulture happens. Let's go for it. This is a little bit awkward if we don't get our 3rd power, but if we do get our 3rd power, life gets really nice. That's not good. If we drought out, we will die. I wonder if I know about Echo. Okay. I'm gonna go for Sidearm here. Swing for 3. My opponent will likely try to give that Endurance in response, which should be fine. We'll Devouring Shadow it as soon as we can. Hmm. An intriguing decision. So Curiox may end up playing itself. We will see if that happens. He's got a lot of flyers available, but I actually have a decent aerial advantage. Play a back alley bouncer here. The totems in the shop are the things on the side of the battlefield, Fluffu. If you click on them, they do stuff. They have two different things that can happen. You can either like get like a basic one, or you can get like the really fun one where like the crow shows up and gets eaten. And each one has like a different set of these. Alright, I think I'm going to attack with both of these guys. I want to keep the offensive up. Yeah. Trade out some flyers for some damage. Things will be good. Alright, I'm still fine trading for his flyers as long as I'm keeping him on a high clock and keeping his flyers out of my hair. We'll eventually get to Spirit Drain that thing. What about sleeves? Will they be added? I don't think so. Are you talking about like card backs? I think card backs are definitely a possibility. I'm sure they'll be a hotly requested item. Let's attack here. We get that block, of course, but that means that Spirit Drain now actually kills this Tower Top Patrol. So my 4-2 quick draw is going to be just fine. Okay. Water of Life happens. That's really not a bother. We're gonna go in for Argenport Ringmaster finish here. Should be a barrel of fun. I think we'll get every unit that we killed of his. Oh, interesting. Really like that Death Strike now. Let's make for 5. He let me through. Why did that Bold Adventurer die? Oh, because it's a -1/0. Got it. And the army of Curiox is arrayed against him. And that's everything in the tutorials except for the final boss. We got our Scion. We are all hooked up. Okay. Bar is all done. And we're in stranger danger. Open your eyes to us. We have walked the Shadowlands and found ourselves. Alright. You guys excited? I'm excited. There's been a lot of changes to strangers. Build your own deck or select one of the starter decks to use in the battle against the strangers. Okay. Let's edit Firestarter a little bit. Anything we want to change, really? I don't know if we have access to a lot of cards yet. Apparently it's 75 out of 75 with 25 Fire Sigils. So we need to put 4 Seek Power in. We can take some bad cards out. I would rather have Seek Power than Forge Wolves. Here we go. Okay, so hopefully we'll be able to just roll this over. We might have to make an actual hybrid deck to get it working. This is reasonably strong, but not that great against early strangers. I like the Outland Sniper because that's a good way to get rid of strangers. The more torches we have, the better. Okay. Okay. So we have a 3-2 here. I think what I want to do is I want to go Piercing Shot on that. And we can set up assembly line for defense, and we can start picking strangers off one by one. Maybe we play Oni Striker here instead. That's a slightly better... Nah, it's not that much better. So we'll have 2 blockers for one of these guys. The Magmajev Soaring Stranger, of course. Good strangers for the strangers to hit. Just gonna attack with one of these and keep the other 2 up. I should have attacked with the 1-1 as well. I wasn't going to chump block with it. We missed a point of damage that way. Determined Stranger's gotta die. Let's attack with these 2. Rampage here. Clear another stranger off, and we have a blocker now. My opponent should be out of strangers by now. Okay, he got one more fixer stranger going in. Doesn't look like he wants to attack me, which is good news. We'll hold the flash fires for removal. I could attack here and get a trade. Hey, Caleb, you are a prince. Let's see here. So we keep the 1-1 because we want to hit Caleb. Nice. Grenadine Drone's a pretty good setup here. I think with 3 units carrying random weapons, we can flash fire that. Save ourselves a little bit of heartache. Determined Stranger's a scary customer. We'll probably have to triple block him if this keeps up. We got Stone Scar Maul, so... keeping things clear. And because of that Seek Power, we're actually pretty close to Caleb being a thing. Okay. Alright, we got Vodacans, we got basically everything. The Katana draw was nice. The Gilded Glaive was a little bit goofy. Achievement unlocked, complete the campaign. We got ourselves a hat. Oh yeah, I forgot the Steam achievements don't actually show up on Twitch. Okay, so choose a totem to start our collection. What's the coolest totem now? Time looks really sweet. Shadow's pretty cool, but I think I'd get tired of it eventually. Let's go with the time one. I really liked the blue one, but I think the lightning storm effect isn't all that neat now. Let's go with the time one. Cool. Alright, we got our first totem. Hey, and our ticket to a free forge, yo ho ho. Along with the warrior achievement. Okay. Cool. Oh. We're gonna go down the patch notes in just a second. I have to go grab a little bit of water and caffeine first, so we will be away for about 2 minutes, I think, and then I will be back. Be right back. Yeah, 2,000 pack seems pretty close to right. Huh. Oh. Let me check with Discord real quick and see what the highest number of packs was. Let's see here. Okay. All right. Opening up the patch notes now. We're going to take a look at the patch notes and talk about all the cards that have changed. This is going to be a ton. About the same as Ilyak? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, opening up. Store is now open. Gem purchases happen. Good stuff. There's a lot of clarity stuff. Okay. So for the folks who are going to be joining us on YouTube, because I'm going to put this up on YouTube, we're going over the patch notes for version 1.14, the open beta launch of Eternal. Eternal is now in open beta. I'm so excited, guys. Anyone can play this game now, and I'm sure that many people will be playing. I believe it's still a little bit hush, like they're not doing like major advertising for it yet, because they're making sure that this version is stable before they start pushing it out. But yeah, like it's really cool that we're going to be able to share this game with the world, and I'm so excited to be part of that. So what we know is that there have been a significant amount of economy changes and card changes, and we're kind of going to talk mostly about the card changes and what's been changing with the meta. But now we can actually purchase gems. These things allow us to, of course, buy new packs, and you get 3 free packs of each new set forever if you make any purchase of gems. So you are gonna be like totally good for all of that. Should be great. Yeah, so like I'm very excited to spend money on this game. I'm gonna try to do a free-to-play run up to Master first, but we will see how that goes. And if it's going a little slow, I might even abandon it. I want to be like entertaining, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I think that a free-to-play run is like totally possible. This game has been it was very easy for me to get a full collection in like the first couple of months. And I think that it's quite easy to get a deck going that's going to be pretty straightforward for you. So I think it should be quite good. So let's talk about the card changes. There are a bunch of new cards, and let's go through each of them in turn, because I haven't even seen the arts for these cards yet. All right, so first off, we have Cabal Countess, which is a new Shadow Ambush unit with pretty sweet art, it looks like. All right. Yeah, Cabal Countess is a 3 Shadow Ambush 4/1 with an ultimate of pay 4 to give her +2 attack and quick draw. The 6/1 quick draw, of course, is pretty nasty. It's a fairly unblockable unit. As an ambush unit, this card kills a lot of stuff. It's a reasonable card for like yet another form of shadow removal. I don't like the art very much, but whatever. It's okay. Let's go with the next one, Felon Cauldron. I think this card, yeah, this card is going to be like pretty flexible, and it's nice to have a sink as far as Cabal Countess goes. Felon Cauldron. Felon Cauldron looks sweet. All right. So once per turn, you can discard a card to gain 1 health. After 5 cards, you sacrifice Felon Cauldron to draw 5 random spells. This is the Hearthstoniest card I have ever seen Eternal release. The 5 random spells is probably pretty close to a win condition. The discarding a card to gain 1 health is kind of like a really interesting achievement, and should be pretty solid, I think. I'm not sure about this card. I don't know if it's good yet. There are a lot of different ways that you can make discard outlets extremely solid, and the main ones being Privilege of Rank and like cards like Dawnwalker or Ephemeral Wisp, but all of those cards don't exist in Feln, so it's going to be like pretty crazy. Please click the question mark. What's the question mark? Is there a question mark floating around? Oh. I don't even see those sometimes. All right, here we go. Yeah, so this card's going to be a really fun brew around me card. It's hard to say if it's going to be super good, but I think that the quality of spells and the power of spells is enough that Felon Cauldron should be pretty solid to brew in. And yeah, it should be a really interesting card. I think this card is a trap for early players, so it's nice that it's at a legendary, because it's definitely something that's going to take a lot of work to get working. But if you can actually take advantage of those discard outlets, you can have like some interesting like 5-color decks. And of course, the 5 random spells that you draw will be influence free. I can guarantee that's going to happen. I haven't seen how the card works yet, but the 5 random spells you will be able to play. So like if you draw a Channel the Tempest, it won't cost 4 blue influence. It'll just cost 8. So yeah. Huru Fledgling, a common 5 Justice 3/3. We played this card in the tutorial. It's a pretty simple tutorial card. It might be an okay draft card. It's definitely not going to be popular in ranked and won't be played there at all. As far as like medium range flyers go, like medium range evasive units are okay in draft. This card is pretty far on the weak side, I would say, but it's okay. Mark of Shame. This card is also somewhat on the weak side. It is a 3-cost Justice curse that reduces the unit's attack by 3. you know, this is problematic because it doesn't really remove the unit or get rid of the unit in any way. So again, this is a card that you might see as like sort of faux removal in draft. Having a curse for this option is really interesting, and it's kind of a good tutorial card as to how curses work. But overall, I think that this card is really not intended for ranked or really even draft. It's an okay draft card as like a minimal removal spell, but like even the 2/2 that gives a cursed unit, that gives another unit -2, I believe it's called Silverwing Avenger, is better than this card. So we won't be playing too much with this card. But yeah, Vault of the Praxis. I'm intrigued by this one. All right, 4. When you play your second unit in a turn, draw a card. This is a second 4-cost time relic, and the power of it is probably not to be denied. It's definitely going to be an extremely strong card. I think it's actually like a crazy good card, and there's going to be some interesting options for it. It will enable yellow-red token decks to be a lot better because they will be able to renew their power, and of course relics are pretty hard for those types of decks to deal with. This also works pretty well in like a lot of like interesting control setups. If you want to do Chalice control, then Vault of the Praxis will be a card that you can stick in to make it even more drawy stuff. Now we got another one. Okay. Did you know about curses? I knew about curses. Thanks for noting it, Wodar. I honestly can't see those things. They're not the right color for me to see them, I think. I'm not colorblind, but I don't know. They're really unnoticeable for me. Yeti Troublemaker's new. It's a 3/2 for 4. Oh, it's got Echo though. I can see this card being played some in Crown of Possibilities decks. It's got a reasonable enough stat line that it's actually going to be okay in Crown, and having another source of Echo units might actually be a reasonable alternative to Twin Brood Sauropod. It is noticeably weaker than Twin Brood Sauropod, so like we are going to see like probably not as much happening with this card. I think it's probably a pretty good card in draft in particular. Like if you're running second sight based decks, then Yeti Troublemaker is going to be like a really fun enforcer card, so that's going to be kind of neat. You guys think the art is ugly? I don't know. I'm pretty psyched about it. It's obviously like an ugly Yeti, and the fact that he's like holding a knife in his mouth Rambo style is kind of cute to me. And also clotheslining a horse. That's pretty solid. Yeah, weird looking Yeti, but yeah, he is definitely like designed to be like a little bit weird. So that's all of the new cards. There's nothing else new that we know of. I'm pretty sure that like Humbug didn't suddenly become a card, right? Okay, I lied. Humbug is a card. Has Humbug always been a card? Alright, anyways, Bronze Cuirass. I don't believe Humbug is actually going to be in packs. So yes, Bronze Cuirass. So this is a 4 Justice 0/4 now, instead of a 0/6. What we're doing... Oh. Back it up a little bit. We're talking about the cards that have been redesigned now. Bronze Cuirass now draws you a card. And instead of being a 0/6, it's a 0/4. I think this card's going to be pretty strong in draft. It will protect you from torches. It'll actually be like a kind of decent card in that particular respect. It's still not going to be powerful in ranked, but there might be a small place for a card that gives your units added toughness while not actually like disadvantaging you as far as cards go. I think that that's pretty unlikely though. Alright, anyways, Cabal Cutthroat has changed from being a 5-drop of awesomeness that plays with slow to being a 2/2 lifesteal. And, you know, that's fine. He's a pretty solid 2-drop. He's got, like, a lot of strength in, like, Argenport decks. So this redesign opens up another line of cards in, like, the purple-green archetype. And that's going to make purple-green a bit more common. I think the counter colors are trying to be designed around in such a way that we can actually play cards that aren't just hybrid. And so when you're playing in draft and when you're playing in other modes, you're going to be able to pick opposing color pairs, which is to say the color pairs that aren't next to each other in the list. So Cabal Cutthroat helps out with that quite a bit. It could be a much stronger card than I'm giving it credit for. It's very simple in its design, and so it's going to be hard to really evaluate that. What it was before was a 5/5 charge that when it also had lifesteal. Or a 5-cost charge that was a 2/2 with charge and lifesteal, and when it damaged your opponent, it had infiltrate, deal damage to them equal to the highest cost card in their hand. So it used to be very, very complicated, and it worked okay with slow decks, but with decks that had the card slow in them, but it didn't work very well in anything else. It was just one of those things that never quite had the execution. Champion of Cunning. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you so much for changing this card. I'm so happy right now, guys. I'm so happy. All right, so Champion of Cunning now has a personal bonus of flying an Aegis when it has 4 blue influence, as opposed to being a card that gives everything else flying and charge and just ends the game when it comes out. This thing is a crazy one. It used to be a crazy one-hit KO card. Now it's a really impressive control card that you get to play down. It's very resistant to spells, and it also like buffs your units, so it gets like a pretty solid, almost automatic bonus when you play it. I think this card is going to be nuts. It's really quite strong, and thank God that it is not what it used to be. Just thank you so much. All right. Yeah, this card still definitely helps you close out the game, Wodar, but I think it helps you close out the game in the same sense that like a Seraph is going to help you close out the game. It is a card that actually gives your opponent a chance to respond to it. And Champion of Cunning did not previously do that at all, because you just couldn't answer it. There wasn't a way to get it out of your opponent's hand reliably, and it didn't really respond to any removal once it was on the ground. This one does respond to removal. It costs your opponent a lot of cards, and it significantly improves your board state if you are in any sort of even board state, the same as the previous Champion of Cunning did. So yeah, this card's really cool. I love the design. I think it's going to be a much better card. It's still going to annoy me probably, but it's never going to be as rage-inspiring as the original Champion. Gilded Glaive. Alright, Gilded Glaive has changed quite a bit. It's, it's 3 cost. Okay. I think Scarletch originally said that this was a 5 cost card, which isn't really all that good. This is different. So, a +2/+2 that gets Empower +2/+2. That's a 4 health swing if you can hit your Empowers. There's the chance that this card is actually going to be reasonably strong. I think it is actually a playable card. It looks fairly weak, and it has some issues, namely that it's not going to allow you to protect 1/1s from torches, which is a pretty significant downgrade from the original Gilded Glaive. It's not going to be great, but it will work well on cards like Bright Mace Paladin and on cards like Silverwing Familiar. It will still be a playable card in those respects, I think. But it's definitely not the crazy swing that it used to be, and that's fine. Push Onward is no longer a card. It's called Scheme now. And it's a purple card. So you draw one of the top 4 cards of your deck, and you put the rest on the bottom. This doesn't reduce the cost of the spell anymore, which is kind of interesting. This is probably gonna be... I don't know. I'm not sure if it's weaker than Push Onward. It certainly seems like it might be, because the ability to not have, like, 1-cost backlashes, or to make 4-cost units for Haunting Scream, or to get, like, a Dimensional Rift and play it on 9, like, there are some pretty sweet things there. It looks like Cabal Mastermind is scheming now. Yes, that's right. So, yeah. But I really like this card in purple. I think that that's a cool color change, and it gives the color a little bit more identity, because purple is definitely the card, the color of like the rebellion and like the kind of shadowy cabal, the shadowy cabal. Yeah, so like it's kind of neat that this card is in purple now. I'll dearly miss it in blue because I'm a huge Elysian player. I'm a huge Feln player, but I don't really think that. Yeah, I don't play Feln as much as I play Elysian, so I'm going to see a lot less of this card. Yeah, it should still be pretty good, though. It definitely gives you very good options, and I think that that's going to be a strong effect. Okay. What's next? Push Onward's gone, so Secret Pages is next. Secret Pages has gotten one of the most significant changes. Instead of being a 2-cost Echo card that just draws you cards, this now says play a sigil of your choice from your deck depleted. Still serves its purpose as a 4 of include in any deck where you're trying to go like 4 colors, of course. But what this card does now is ramp, and it is the only 3-cost ramp card in the game that I can think of. Yeah, there aren't any others. There's Initiative of the Sands, there's Secret Pages, and there's Martial Ironthorn at 5. So these are the 3 ramp cards in the game. And the fact that there is a 3rd ramp card in the game is going to open up some really interesting archetypes. I think this card is going to be kind of amazing. I think this card is really, really fun. And I think that it interacts with your deck in a way that's like a lot more interesting than the previous Secret Pages did. The previous Secret Pages was just kind of an automatic include in any time control deck. This one, you're going to have to put a little bit more thought in as to whether or not you're going to want the ramp. But it will still serve its purpose if you need that extra thing. I see we've got another question mark. All right, Skycrag Wyvark. This one changed. This card is now a really good draft card. It wasn't a very good draft card before, even though it was a 5/5 flying. But now it has flying and killer, so it's something that picks off a 2/2 and then becomes like a fairly annoying flying threat. I think this card has some strengths. It's going to be pretty decent. It might re-enable Cloudsnake Saddle as a card. I think it's probably still going to see mostly play in draft, but it's nice to have a 3/3 killer in the mix, especially now that one of the cards has been removed. What is it called? Stone Scar, Slagmite Swarm. Slagmite Swarm is gone, so Skycrag Wyvark is its replacement, and it's a pretty solid choice. Synchronized Strike is a card I find somewhat underwhelming, but is fine. Now it gives your units +1/+1 this turn. As far as things go, I'm not super excited by this card. It enables token strategies in draft. It's probably not playable in ranked, but it might be okay. There's a chance that I am underestimating this card's power, but really it's mostly a cheaper rally, which is kind of still not a very good card in ranked. I think it'll be okay in draft. It'll be something that you can pick, but it's not anything I'm super excited about. I liked the old one better, but I think this one's fine. And it is nice that it enables token strategies to be a little bit better in draft. Okay, some functional changes. Ancient Terrazon is now an 8/8 and a legendary. That's gonna be interesting. Being an 8/8 doesn't change Ancient Terrazon's pattern very much, but it certainly does give it a slight boost. Being a legendary is weird. This card was not played much as a rare. It might be okay as a legendary. We'll see. It's got a really lovely bit of premium art. Arachnodon is now 7 primal and a 5/6. It's still terrible, don't play it. Just don't. It might be a little bit better in draft now that the body is actually reasonable, but I wouldn't really count on it, guys. Blackguard's Sidearm is now a 3-cost +2/+1. This one's interesting. It's a better draft card, I think, and a worse ranked card. It works very well with the new Cabal Cutthroat. I'm not sure if this card is going to be all that strong. It basically has a reduced stat line for cost value because the +1 health doesn't help all that much. But the quick draw ability is still pretty relevant, and there are reasons that you might want to run this card. There are reasons that people have run these cards before. Overall, it's not really a huge improvement on the card, but it's much better in draft, I would say. Okay, so Blazing Renegade. Blazing Renegade is now a 3/2. That's a super sweet buff. Blazing Renegade was basically unplayable in draft. This puts it probably in the lane of being playable. It's still not a card you want to run in ranked, but it's fine. Cabal Recruiter. Cabal Recruiter is now a 1/4. Oh, that's interesting. It's torch resistant now, which I think is very strong. The infiltrate effect has always been strong, and I think it's kind of actually a pretty decent design. I like the fact that it's not offensive, because it is of course a recruiter. It's not like a person that's trying to damage you. So yeah, that's kind of neat. That's a really good design, I think. I like this design better than I like the previous Cabal Recruiter. And I don't think that this is a nerf either, because Cabal Recruiter was just, it was awful. Previously, it was way too expensive and it died to torch. This is a much better card, and the fact that it dies to suffocate is rough, but being able to be resistant to torch is a pretty important deal. And yeah, I think I'm pretty fond of this card. I will actually probably end up playing it in the deck sometime. Cloudsnake Carrier. Oh yeah, and like this actually opens some things up, right? Because Cabal Recruiter was previously just kind of terrible against Rakano decks, which is where it's the most fun, right? Like, Cabal Recruiter is a card that you want to play against Rakano decks to steal their biggest Warcry unit and make sure that they can't play units for a couple of turns. That effect is actually really powerful, but it was terrible against Rakano, because Rakano has Torch, and Rakano has Piercing Shot, and Rakano has all of these different things that kill Recruiter. Now that can't happen, so this is maybe a counter Rakano card. There's potential for this card. Cloud Snake Harrier. Cloud Snake Harrier? It is Cloud Snake Harrier. Oh, it's called Nesting Avatar now. Okay, Nesting Avasaur is a 3/3. It costs 4 time and primal. Okay, so it's still the same card that it always was. It's now very specifically in the Crown of Possibilities level. You're not going to be playing it in certain other types of decks, but overall this doesn't change it too much. Yeah, this is okay. Alright, so now we got Cloud Snake Harrier. Oh, wait, so... Name changes. Copperhall Blessing. It used to be Blinding Burst, and is the same? It's 1 Justice less, which makes it a reasonably different card. Might see a little bit more play due to the fact that it can be splashed into some other decks. That's going to be kind of interesting to see. There's not really a major change to this card except that it's rare now, so it's not going to be seen in draft quite as much. But it was always a good swing in draft, so it's nice that it's been rarefied. Proud Favorite, 3/4 now. Okay, that's pretty cool. That definitely improves the strength of this card. I can see it being a very strong draft card. I can see it playing a little bit more in ranked now that it's resistant to Torch. Dawnwalker now exhausts when it comes back from the grave. This is probably a very reasonable change. It's very sad that you can't give Dawnwalkers Charge and Killer anymore and make them like super ridiculous. And you can't, but like Dawnwalker existed in a state where it was just always in the void and therefore impossible to deal with for cards for decks that didn't have ways to deal with it. The main problem with this, of course, is that it makes it like significantly harder to avoid silence effects. So Dawnwalker is going to have like a lot more problems, and this might actually reduce its strength in the Combray and Elysian cheese decks. But it's still a pretty strong card overall. Desert Marshal is now a 2/1. I believe there was a lot of popular outcry for this card to be a 2/1. I think that is certainly a nerf. It'll be killable by Varus Faber now. Maybe people will run a little less silences in their deck as a result, and maybe the Combray archetype will be a little bit more tolerable and a little bit taken down a bit. So that's going to be okay. We'll go with that. Oh, did Seraph start exhausting? I didn't see if she got changed. Yeah, she exhausts now. So you can't play endless amounts of time and justice units when you play Ironthorn decks. I did an article literally today about this exact archetype, about playing Ironthorn out with New Tomorrow and stuff so that you can just Seraph over and over again. But yeah, it's pretty solid. In any case, these two cards remain very strong, but they did get mild nerfs that should take Combray down enough to actually put it on a competitive level where you're going to see other meta decks rising up. Okay, Divining Rod is now 6 time and a 3/3. The effect is still really powerful, but it can no longer cheat things out cheaply. RIP Greed Dragon, RIP Reanimator decks that use Death Touch. It's still a very swingy card. It's going to be quite fun in like Flight School decks and other decks that are running like extremely strong creature-based strategies. We might not see this card come back in a big way until set 2 when we have more cards that actually share skills, so that people can play a higher density of better creatures with the same skills. Yeah. Eastwind Herald is now boring. I wouldn't play it, but it's okay. Elder's Feather is a +1/+0. I'm totally fine with this change, and I'm super amused that it had to be done. Elder's Feather is just an insanely powerful weapon. Like, it's really quite good in, like, Rakano Rush decks, and it made Rakano decks very, very tough and difficult. And it's one of the most underrated weapons in the game as far as, like, newbies coming into the game see, because obviously it doesn't look like it provides much in terms of stats, and it clearly provides you with card disadvantage, so it doesn't seem like it's going to be a very good card. But because of the effect of Warcry on Elder's Feather has, just kind of gotten completely out of control, and Rakano decks that run Elder's Feather have always been very dominant in the meta, so this is a very easy way to make a very slight tweak and make the Rakano decks a little bit worse. It's fine. It's one of those tiny nerfs that really doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of themes. Fearless Nomad has Overwhelm again. Did nothing else change? Oh, it's rare now, right. So it can't kill people in draft anymore. But it's got Overwhelm again, which is good because it always deserved it. I mean, you know, we like Fearless Nomad. We're pretty excited to see him back again. But I'm also quite happy not to see him in draft. Because he was always kind of a trap in draft, because he actually costs 2 in draft. There's no way to play Fearless Nomad on 1 in a draft, because you don't get seats in packs. Grasping at Shadows has a 2 primal cost now, so looks like they're cutting back on Reanimator a little bit. But overall, this isn't a major change. It's just going to be slightly less of a splash, and you won't be able to do things like Reanimate Ikaria as a splash. Hair Trigger Stranger now gives strangers quick draw, and is purple-red, which I believe means that it replaces the one that says strangers have charge. Yep, replace the one that says strangers have charge, so that one's gone. But the new one, the 2/2 strangers have quick draw, is actually a pretty solid card. It's kind of nice to see Hair Trigger Stranger in a place where it's not going to be killed quite so easily. I think that's going to be a stronger stranger effect overall. Hatchery Hunter is 3 primal now. Its Sky Serpents also cost 3 primal. This is not a major change. Hatchery Hunter wasn't really played in ranked, but it will make it harder for Elysian decks to splash in for Hatchery Hunter. And so, like, some of the draft type archetypes will have a harder time with using Hatchery Hunter. They're going to have to build a lot more around it, and it's going to be a tougher deal for them to win the game with just this card's strength alone. So that's a draft update. Huru Envoy. Now 3 and 2 Justice instead of being a 2, and is a 2/2 instead of being a 2/1. So the deeper Justice requirement is pretty important for Huru Envoy, because Huru Envoy wants to be targeted by a lot of different spells. So if you're going to be building a deck that's based around a lot of different spells, then that's kind of relevant. On the other hand, at a 2/2, this card is actually playable. Like, it was just one of those little engines that really couldn't previously, and there wasn't a way to make it work quite effectively because it was just a little too easy to kill, and it just, even after you put spells on it, it would often just be blocked by something. Having an extra point of toughness is going to give Huru Envoy a bit more of a chance, and I think that there's going to be a deck archetype around this deck sometime soon. We will see. I might be the one to build it. Knight Chancellor Seraph exhausts. We talked about that already. Lithrai Falchion is now different. It's a 4/1 lifesteal. It was a 3/1 lifesteal before? It's a better card. Okay, yeah. Oh, but it doesn't give Overwhelm. No, okay. Well, this card's boring now. Let's see here. It doesn't interact with infiltrate weapons anymore, but it does provide you a pretty decent splash if you want to make sure that you have some kind of health gain in your ranked decks, and I think that that's actually pretty relevant. I don't think enough people ran Lithrai Falchion in decks that like really needed to answer red aggro decks, and the very end of the meta of closed beta was a lot of like people running Flame Blast and Obliterate, and this is where this card actually really starts to shine. So Lithrai Falchion fills that role better, but the lack of Overwhelm means that infiltrate units are going to be really, really sad about it. Alright. Merciless Stranger. A card that is, yeah, so Lithrai Ranger is a card that whose design I don't favor as much, but is still probably just as strong. Merciless Stranger. Used to be Time, now it's Shadow. That fits it a little better. Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable. Also gives a little bit better draft options to Shadow Strangers, which is good stuff. Mistveil Drake. You are now 7 cost. And it has Aegis. Okay. So, yeah, that's a little bit stronger, I think. You still draw Mistveil Drake using, like, Celestial Omen or Push Onward or Second Sight or all of those things to just continually repeat that Aegis effect. And then, like, the result is that you have a larger, more inevitable creature in your control deck that is harder for other control decks to kill. I think this is a stronger card. The fact that it costs more is pretty awkward, but it does make it... It does take it from being a 6/6 that you just never want to play to a 6/6 that you want to play sometimes, but you won't always be able to afford. All right, Morningstar. Morningstar is different again. It is now entirely red. It's +3/+3 in Overwhelm. It's a much more exciting card than it used to be as a 4/3 in Time and Fire. I think it's a much stronger draft card. This card now fills the role that Lethrai Felchen is leaving behind in terms of enabling infiltrate units. So that's pretty cool because overwhelm damage still triggers infiltrate. So yeah, Morningstar is going to see some play in like weird red-purple decks. That's going to be cool. Once again, I'm really excited that they're like enabling like different new color combination things. This is actually still an allied color pair, but the overwhelm's pretty exciting. And I think this card is like a much better design than the second iteration of Morningstar, this one being the third. What's next? New tomorrow. All right, guys. It just keeps happening. This one now plays the top 10 power from your deck depleted. This is not a nerf. This card is actually buffed because it is the yellow and the green, and it is not 2 yellow, 2 green, so you can actually play it a little bit more often. It's not like a huge change overall. The fact that it plays the top 10 power versus the top 12 power is almost completely insignificant. You're still never going to run out of gas if you play this card. However, the first person to like send me a video of them playing a New Tomorrow and then drawing a power like gets a cookie. Yeah, so I think that this card is still almost exactly the same as it always was, but I really loved the design as like, I believe it's a Timmy, is it? As a Timmy, I really love the design that was just play all of the power in your deck and play it depleted. Like that was a fun number for me. So it going down by 2 doesn't really affect it at all. I'm not really sad about this. I'm just a little sad that that number keeps getting less and less overwhelmingly like just awesome. Okay. Anyways, you know, it's a cool design. It's a really good card. It hasn't changed in the slightest. Oasis Sanctuary is better now. It's still bad. Don't run it, but it's not quite as horridly inefficient as it used to be. Polymorph. Transform a unit into a 1/1 frog. Next change will be play the top 8. What are we talking about here? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we're talking about New Tomorrow. Got it. Polymorph is 1 less primal influence. I think that's pretty cool. I think it's going to be seen as a splash in more decks. I also think it's going to see a little bit more play, and that's pretty neat. Overall, I was never really fond of this card as a piece of removal. Taking an influence off of it makes it a little bit more playable, even in just like blue hybrid decks that always want to run this anyways. So yeah, it's a slight buff to this card, and it needed a slight buff. Psionic Savant is now entirely primal. That's okay. It makes it a better draft card. It's still not going to see play in ranked, but it's okay. I'll be right back. There's a buzzing noise I have to take care of. Alright. Pyro Knight got a very needed nerf, actually. Pyro Knight was always like just an incredibly good flexible card, and now it's still an incredibly good flexible card, but the bonus that it gets costs 6 instead of 5. That increases the range of decks in which you want to play it a little bit. I think this card is now like a little bit more viable in mid-range and a little bit less viable in early aggro decks. As it was, Pyro Knight was always triggering a little too soon when you were trying to deal with so many other threats. And so it just made it so that decks that ran out a lot of Stonescar Burn and other stuff like that would just like, you'd be able to deal with a bunch of their stuff and stabilize, and then Pyro Knight would kill you because you couldn't deal with Pyro Knight and all of their other stuff. I like this change quite a bit. I think it's a pretty solid nerf, and I think it's not going to affect Pyro Knight's overall versatility all that much. I think it is going to make it so that people are going to be slightly less likely to pick Pyro Knight, and man, do I love that art. Man, I didn't notice how cool this was. That's pretty sweet, right? I gotta get some premium Pyro Knights. Alright, Sanctuary Priest is on the cusp of viable now. It's a 1/2, which doesn't make a huge difference, but it allows it to do things like block Blood Beetles. So there are a lot of cards that interact with health gain apparently coming in set 2 that are going to make this card possibly a potential pick. That is what Scarlatch says. I'll believe him on that. At the moment, it's not really a playable card, but, you know, it is stronger now than it was before, and it's not quite as much of a laughingstock. So that's pretty good. Sandform. Sandform is not Sandform anymore. It's called Twinning Ritual, a name which I don't like, and I hope that they change it. Oh, it's just called Twinning. Okay. That's better, but still weird. It's got the bad Gemini Ritual art. I do not like that art at all. But all the same, in any case, draw a copy of a unit in your hand, and the copy gets +1/+1. Will be okay with this card. It's certainly still fine. It's now Elysian, so it's once again a card that is much more focused around Crown of Possibilities. We're going to see it less in certain other archetypes. There's not that many cards. I can't think of a non-Elysian deck that didn't use Twinning before, so yeah, we'll see how that goes. I miss Sandform. What is Gemini Ritual called now? Is it still Gemini Ritual? It got changed, I know. We'll get to it, I'm sure. Scouting Party. Maybe it got removed. I hope it didn't get removed. Scouting Party is now rare. It's no longer a promo, and it costs 6. This is a pretty reasonable change to the card, I think. It was fairly strong already, and this puts it into place where it's like significantly more of an investment. I don't think I ever noticed the fish in the background there. That's amazing. They must like have that fish on a pike or something. Yeah, it's a reasonable nerf to the card. It should stabilize the meta a little bit. Scouting Party won't just be an automatic win card anymore. So that's kind of cool. Seer's Companion. Not Tinker Overseer. Seer's Companion has been changed to Humbug. Oh, okay. So Seer's Companion has been changed to Humbug and no longer has its cool Fade ability. I'm sad, but nobody really played Seer's Companion, so I guess that's fine. Shamanic Trance. You are now named Trail Stories. And you're red. Oh, fascinating. Okay. The card isn't any stronger, really, but the ability to reduce the cost of Greed's Reward is actually a reasonable idea for a red deck. That's the only use that I can think of for it right now. This card has a lot of potential to be stronger in set 2, as I've mentioned before. I think it has some interesting options even in set 1, but that's gonna be weird. Huh. Yeah, not sure what we'll be doing with that deck. We'll see. Anyways, so Shimmer Pack has changed, and it is more awesome. Shimmer Pack now has a little bit more of an influence requirement. It's double time, double blue. But it transforms any number of units into copies of Shimmer Pack, which is great, because it means that you don't get into situations where you can't play Shimmer Pack because it's just not working. Like, you can't, like, play it on your opponent even though you want to get rid of their stuff. You can't play it on yourself because, like, yeah, you need to get rid of some of your opponent's stuff. There were a lot of situations where Shimmer Pack just wasn't the bomb red legendary that you wanted it to be, and this makes it quite a bit stronger. Now you can use it not only to, like, rush out like a bunch of your own 4/4s, but also to turn any of your opponent's cards that are just significant threats into kind of useless Shimmer Packs. So this card's pretty great. Oh, Greed's Reward was removed, huh? That makes me sad. That card was a pretty good safety valve. Alright, well, I liked it, but that's fine. Sky Snapper has Reckless now. I guess it was too good in draft. I didn't think it was too good in draft, but it's fine now. This is still not a good card in ranked, and it's still not really a card that I'd pick in draft. I much prefer like Teriak's Hatchling if I can get my hands on him. But yeah, this card is okay, and having Reckless doesn't actually change its overall archetype all that much. It just means that it runs into stuff a little bit more often. So it's a little bit lower pick in draft, but not significantly so. Soaring Stranger. Soaring Stranger is now 4. That's pretty good. That actually improves the Stranger archetype quite a bit. Giving the Strangers flying is quite relevant, and giving them flying this early is actually a pretty significant change that's going to make Stranger decks maybe almost possible in set 1. I think that is a significant improvement over Strangers. Soul Collector did something new. It's 2 extra influence. That's not really a big thing. Nothing to see here, guys. Soul Collector already was pretty much almost entirely a primary shadow card, so That's fine. Soulfire Drake now has an extra point of attack. I'm excited about this change. This is going to be a better legendary, and it was already a legendary that we played a little bit in Stone Scar mid-range decks, so we might see one or two of them showing up in all sorts of interesting decks. This is going to be pretty exciting. Strength of the Pack. This was Gemini Ritual. Cool, we got it now. Strength of the Pack. Pack? Okay, so it's got Mirror Image's old art, and it gives you a +3/+3 and plays a copy of it, but it's entirely in Primal. This is an interesting card now. It splashes into different archetypes, which is kind of interesting. Like, there are a lot of like new decks that can arise from this legendary. There's a lot of interesting ways that we can build this deck now. And I think the cheaper cost is going to be pretty relevant. It actually makes it playable in the one place that I actually liked this card, which was Elysian midrange decks. I always thought that it was just like a little bit too expensive for Elysian midrange. So reducing the cost by 1 is actually what I would call a buff, even though the influence cost has been increased and the stat line has been decreased. I think this card is quite neat, and we should see some decks based around it pretty soon. Stronghold Visage. Now costs 5. Good riddance. This is a decent nerf to the card. It was a very strong card in general. It worked very well in control decks. It's still going to work very well in control decks, but now it is a little bit awkward and competes with the Harsh Rule slot. So I think we're going to see a little bit less of this card. But it'll still play in the one deck that plays it, so yeah, the Visage control deck is still going to be a thing. It's just that that deck was, you know, fairly hard for people to deal with, and really frustrating for new players, so I think that increasing the cost of it is going to dissuade people from playing it a little bit, and also make it a little bit easier for people to deal with that. Elysian. Oh, is it Elysian? It's probably Elysian. Well, anyways, Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike Dragon's cheaper now, and also costs a little bit more influence. I think this is a stronger card in draft if you can actually get the influence for it, and it's going to be a much stronger card in ranked for sure. The extra influence is certainly significant, but the cost of this card was fairly prohibitive, and it was still a card that was played because it's such a powerful effect. Alright, we'll play it for you.
Elysian.
Elysian. Okay. Okay, so let's see here. What have we got? What's next? Thunderstrike Dragon is quite strong. I think that's a significant buff to the card. Touch of the Umbran costs 1 less purple influence. That's pretty exciting. I'd say that's a significant buff. It is now a legendary though, which you know, it's not the most exciting legendary to get in a pack, but it's going to be a fun one. I think that card is going to be a cool splash in a lot of like late game control decks. It was something that was fairly hard to splash into control decks before. This is going to be like one of my new Ironthorn Impossible cards for sure. So yeah, pretty exciting. We're almost done, guys. Valkyrie Wings. Valkyrie Wings is now +2/+4, Flying Aegis. It's a much better card as a result. It's also been bumped up to rare, which is nice because it keeps it out of the draft archetype where it was actually almost a little too strong. Getting one of these in draft is now going to be a pretty significant buff to your deck, but it's also going to be much rarer, and I think that it's just a very good card for draft. In ranked, it's still not going to see that much play, but the extra toughness and Aegis effect is actually going to be pretty relevant, and there are a lot of cards that you just want to protect really, really badly that Valkyrie Wings is going to be happy for. Ugh. Let's see here. So now we got Venom Spine Hydra. Why kick the deck that played Visage while it's down? There's a couple of reasons for that, but like the main one is that like the reason that that deck was down was because it was being played so often that people like switched to a much more hyper-aggressive strategy, and a lot of other control decks weren't getting their time in the sun, and that one didn't encourage like an extremely fun playset. So I think that Visage deck is still going to come back in the meta, but like, yeah, it should be an okay change. And also, if there's going to be healing synergy in set 2, that is pretty relevant. Okay, Venom Spine Hydra is 1 less purple influence, a little bit more playable card. This card's pretty strong in like a early control archetype, so if you get this card, you can actually play it, and that's going to be kind of nice. It's just a mild buff to the deck. Veteran Merc is now a stranger. He's called Forsworn Stranger now. That's going to make him a better card, because even if he doesn't get the full 5/5 bonus, like, he was previously kind of an interesting proposition where if you were playing a Stranger deck, you get a +5/+5 unit that maybe dies to silence. In this instance, you get a +5/+5 unit that doesn't die to silence if you have a Determined Stranger on the board. That's a pretty significant upgrade. I think Forsworn Stranger is actually the strongest... well, maybe the strongest Stranger out there at the moment. There's going to be a lot of potential for this card to be extremely nasty in Stranger decks, and I think that Stranger decks might actually have a chance with Forsworn Stranger inside them. But we'll see. I am still... the jury is still out on whether Strangers are good yet. Water of Life now costs 2? Was it good before? Alright. It's not good now. World Pyre Phoenix. World Pyre Phoenix is a 5/5 that gets +3/+3 and has the cost increased by 3. I think this makes it less good in draft if you get it, but it's a legend. It's a rare, so I guess you always were able to get it before. The effect that it gives you, the +3/+3, is actually significantly stronger. Being able to go up to an 8/8 has not changed this card too much. I don't think it's a significant nerf to the card. I think in some ways this card is actually better, but only in decks where you can generate a significant amount of power. So this is maybe a mild nerf to the card. Yeah, overall I think it's fine. Is it a little cheaper than it used to be? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was an 8 cost before. I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, so I don't think it's changed significantly, but it's kind of a different card now. It has different opportunities to play it, and slightly less opportunities to play it. But it does gain in power faster the more you kill it, so that's an interesting update to it. Alright, non-functional changes. We're going to go through these without looking at the art. Accelerated Evo is now rare instead of uncommon. That's fine. It was a very, very strong draft card. Amaran Camo is now common instead of uncommon. It's going to be an interesting draft pick now. Augmented Form is legendary instead of rare. Seems unnecessary, but okay. Bandit Queen is legendary instead of rare. That also seems unnecessary, but okay. But I think Bandit Queen is actually a pretty solid legendary. It does restrict the ability of Stone Scar decks to rush up the ladder cheaply. We'll see how that goes. Bloodright Callus is now a rare instead of a legendary. That's going to make for some really interesting drafts, guys. Burnout is now uncommon instead of common. That's fine. It doesn't make much of a difference either way. It'll be nice to see less burnouts in drafts, because burnout is not really all that good anymore. Carnosaur Behemoth has now been named Dormant Sentinel, which doesn't make a difference. Crown of Possibilities is now a legendary. We mourn thee, Crown of Possibilities. You were a really good cheap deck. The effect, of course, is a really fun legendary. I don't deny that maybe this should be a legendary, but, it's so fun. It's kind of sad it's not a rare anymore. Anyways, Determined Stranger is now an uncommon instead of a common. Alright, that seems reasonable. Determined Stranger was pretty much the most powerful Stranger that you could pick in draft, so Stranger draft is going to be a little bit harder now. Grenadin Drone is now a common instead of an uncommon. That makes it more likely to be seen in draft, so you'll be able to do more of that, token-based strategy with Synchronized Strike, so that's kind of neat. Horned Vorlunk is now common and appears in packs. I think that's going to be a pretty solid choice in packs, actually. It's a reasonably statted unit that resists Vanquish and resists Torch. This card's going to be pretty strong in draft. Infernal Tyrant is now a rare. That's pretty great. That card is pretty bonkers and certainly will make a fine rare. Longhorn Sergeant is now an uncommon, which means that it will be seen a little bit more in drafts. That'll be nice. Lurking Sanguar is now a rare instead of an uncommon. I don't really care about that all that much, but I guess it'll mean a little bit less of it in draft. Not really a big deal. Mirror Image has new art and is now an uncommon. So yeah, we'll actually be able to draft Mirror Image. I'm pretty excited about that. Okay, Protect. Protect is now uncommon instead of common. I don't know that that makes a lot of difference. You didn't see a lot of it in draft, but I guess it'll make it slightly less likely that you can just build a battlecruiser in draft, and battlecruiser drafts were always sort of the most The most frustrating thing to get drafted against. I think you might have seen very recently us getting crushed by a Battlebore Centaur that just got like Valkyrie wings and like a couple of other big things like Gilded Glaive. I think there's been a significant move against that type of battlecruiser drafting, and moving the rarities around helps with that. So it should make draft a more fun landscape. All of these changes, by the way, are significantly increasing the possibility of a fun draft landscape. Refresh now appears in packs. It's fine. It's maybe even an okay trick. It's along the same line as Detain, as far as being like not super great for trades, but it's probably a little worse than Detain even. Not really anything you want to run. Could be seen in draft some. Ruthless Stranger is now uncommon, so yeah, strangers are becoming uncommon again. That's interesting. Shogun of the Wastes is now a legendary for some reason. Card doesn't really deserve to be a legendary, but it's a pretty powerful effect. Song of War is now rare instead of uncommon. That's fine. You certainly don't want to see it in draft, so that's okay. You also don't really want to see it in packs, though, so... Steadfast Deputy is now common and appears in packs. Should be good if you actually do want to make your battle cruisers, I guess. This card should be an okay and interesting draft card. Temple Student is now uncommon and appears in packs. I didn't know Temple Student was not in packs before. Well, that's a very strong card to pick in draft. I think you should do that. Tinker Apprentice is now an uncommon. That surprises me, but okay. Treasury Gate is now a legendary instead of a rare. That's fine. That is actually a card that probably should be a legendary. It certainly has like that kind of weird build around me text that makes it just designed to be a legendary. Treasury Guard is now a common and appears in packs, so you can actually draft Treasury Guards. I think that'll be a pretty strong card. Yeah, it'll be an okay card in draft. You still don't want to play it in anything else, but that's okay. Torrent of Spiders is now rare instead of uncommon. That's a reasonable change. Nothing special there. We're just not going to see it in draft at all. It wasn't really in draft before, but, you know, doesn't really make too much of a difference here. Unlock Potential has gone from common to uncommon. So that's gonna be used a little bit less in draft. You're gonna have to rely on Synchronized Strike to make your token strategies work. Vodokan Staff is now a rare. Thank you so much. This card definitely needs to be a rare in order to be out of the draft pool, because yeah, it is a beating in draft. That is one of those cards that can just straight up win you the game. And Voice of the Speaker is now a rare instead of an uncommon, which means that you'll see a little bit less of it in the draft pools, and yeah, you won't actually be able to have access to this card for fixing early on in your career, which I think is appropriate because Voice of the Speaker is a trap card as far as fixing goes. It's really designed more to work with cards that specifically take advantage of that echo. So yeah, that's kind of a good change just for newbies. Out of the game, Auric Bailiff is gone. Avalanche Stalker is gone. Cabal Mastermind is gone. That one I'm really sad about. Cabal Rogue is gone. I'm really not sad about that one. Chill is gone. So no more one-cost stuns. Clever Stranger's gone. Cocoon is gone, which is kind of a little bit sad. I really liked the art for Cocoon. It was always a really good-looking card. And yeah, but obviously it didn't see much play. It's kind of funny that they removed it because like it had just started becoming a card that people played due to the prevalence of like Stonescar burn decks. Coup de Grace is gone, and that one I'm also really sad about. Those are two legendaries that I really loved. Crownwatch Commando is gone. That one is a very powerful card that hopefully we'll see again someday. Dimensional Rift is gone, and I'm really sad about that one. I hope it comes back for set 2. Yeah, I just built as I said, we just put up an article where we talked about like building around Dimensional Rift. It's gone now. Greed's Reward is gone. Felon Assassin is gone, but Felon Assassin was never really a card that was being played. Harbinger's Bite is gone. I played that card quite a bit, but nobody else did. Highway Bandit is gone. Hired Cavalry is gone. Force Field is gone. We just played some decks that used Force Field. It was kind of a fun card. I'm a little sad that it's gone, but it's not really a card that was played much. Jungle Prowler, Messenger Falcon, New Stranger has finally left the building. I'm a little sad about that one. Echo Stranger was kind of cute, and New Strangers were like a really interesting card. It's true that they were a bit of a trap for newbies, I think. They just aren't a very good card. Nomad Healer's gone. That one makes me a little sad. That was a card that I really liked in the early beta. Outland Sellsword, Overdrive is gone. Passage of Ages is gone to my great dismay. Pit Fighter, Prosecutor at Arms, and Retribution are gone. Retribution is gone, and that one does make me quite sad. Yet another janky legendary that we never quite found a use for. I did play Retribution very early in the first like month or two of the beta. It was such a weird design. I kinda am gonna miss that one. Scepter of Nobility's gone, and I don't think anyone's gonna miss Scepter of Nobility. That card just never really did what it was supposed to do. It's a pretty significant trap. And also, Xenon Obelisk just always worked better. The replacement for that is the card that like allows you to draw cards when you play more cards. I can't remember what it is. The yellow 4-cost. Vault of the Praxis, right. And that's a significant improvement. Okay, so what else? Sickness, Sinister Warlock, and to great sadness, Slagmite Swarm is gone. A Sparring Partner has finally left the building, which is going to be a pretty significant change for Rakano decks. Sparring Partner was very, very strong, and well resistant to Lightning Storm, which made a lot of Rakano decks like pretty nuts. I think there's been a significant amount of extra Rakano nerfs, which is fine because Rakano was still like the most popular by a landslide color, and I think it's still going to be very, very strong without Sparring Partner. But it's interesting to see yet another tool removed. Squad Strategist is gone. That card was pretty strong. Definitely a card to note that is not here anymore. Subtle Stranger has finally left the building, and alas, he just never did his job properly. Maybe someday he'll come back. Swift Stranger is gone. We know what his replacement is. Tireless Stranger is gone as well. So yeah, there are a few less toolkit Strangers, but at the same time, the Strangers that do exist are significantly stronger for it. Trained Rhinoc is gone, and Unexpected Arrival, alas, is gone. That was a really fun legendary. I hope that one comes back. Village Watch and War Elephant are gone, and Whip Chain, which was a fairly exciting purple weapon that really never saw play, is also gone. And that is it. That is all of our patch notes. Wow, that was a significant amount of patch notes. Let's play some games after that. But yeah, to the folks on YouTube, thank you guys so much for watching, and yeah, this has been a lot of fun. We will talk about more of this stuff later, and I hope that this was helpful. All right, see you about. And anyways, Twitch folks, hi. Sorry, I'm talking to the YouTube folks. Okay, well, let me just kick my headphones so that they don't work anymore. We've got kind of a bent jack, so it's a little bit hard. Okay. Okay, so the plan for today, we had 187 packs to start. Come on. I'm almost there. There we go. We had 187 packs to start. So we're going to try and keep to that number of 187 packs. That seemed pretty loud. Was that loud to you guys? Maybe I just turned up my volume a bit. We'll see. Okay. So to start with, we got Clockroaches. That's a pretty good rare to start with. Oni Ronin's here, and Torch is here. Those are both really strong cards. Twin Brood Sauropod's a really good pick. Serpent Trainer's a really good pick. Awakened Student. We got some really decent cards here. This is a very good first pack. And we're just going to keep the other 187 until we're going to try to hit Master this month without actually opening those 187 packs. That's the plan for those of you who are just joining us. And then we'll probably do like a 200 pack opening video, and it'll be kind of cute. Okay. I've been talking for a long time. I need to drink this water. Oh my goodness. So every pack has 100 shift stones now. That's pretty interesting. I think that's less than it used to be. Not 100% certain. So we gotta build a deck. And we gotta take it out into the ranked archetype. But first things first, we have a free Forge to play. And that's the last thing that we need to do to build up our collection early on. So let's go ahead and get that done. Okay. In Forge, you pick 25 cards to play, and 16 power will automatically be added to your deck. Oh, it's nice that it specifically tells you how much power is going to be added to your deck. In addition to the prizes, all the cards you picked are added to your collection. Okay, guys, so there are three extremely strong cards here. We have Lightning Storm, which is a very, very powerful card against basically a lot of stuff. Crown Watch Paladin, which is probably the card that I'm most inclined to move towards. That's going to be just a really, really strong pick here. I think we'll go ahead and go for that. Ornate Katana, I think, is a pretty strong common, and works pretty well with Crown Watch Paladin. Any type of combat trick, we always want to pick those because they're very, very effective against computer opponents. Computer opponents don't know how to bluff. Granite Acolyte, I think, is the card here. I like District Infantry just fine as well, but Acolyte is going to help me out quite a bit. Heavy Axe versus Temper, that's a difficult question. I think I like Temper, but they're both okay cards. Neither one of them is particularly special. I'll take the Heavy Axe. Alright, we have Bladekin Apprentice, which is a very, very strong uncommon that's actually going to allow us to build Rakano out pretty early. I think that that's probably the card that we want to go for. Granite Acolytes again. I mean, with Bladekin Apprentice, Granite Acolytes are going to be super strong. Minotaur Grunt's also a good choice, but I think I'll take the Acolyte. Alchemical Blast is probably where I want to push here. Get a little bit of removal going. We've got a third Granite Acolyte, and that's going to make Bright Mace Paladin a pretty strong card. Stone Scar Maul is probably the relic weapon that I want here. Auric Sentry is also a very, very strong card, but Stone Scar Maul is just a really good finisher. We got yet another Katana. Okay, so this is going pretty well so far, I would say. Loyal Watchwing seems like a really good choice here. Rakano Stranger is a nice bit of fixing that allows us to make sure that we get both of our colors, but I like the ability of putting a bunch of swords on flyers, so we'll stick with that. We got yet another Bright Mace Paladin. We have a good Rakano deck started up. I think we can actually take this deck up the ladder for a while. So let's go ahead and take the Auric Sentry in. Rampage we want. We want the early tricks, of course. We'll also take Detain, because good tricks are always hard to find. I think I like Centaur Raid Leader here. Flight Lieutenant's also not bad as a way to finish off my opponent. Ruthless Stranger's a very strong early game card, but I think we'll go for Centaur Raid Leader. Pick a second Rampage. Now we're looking pretty good. We've got enough tricks to really mess with our opponent. Cards like Guerrilla Fighter and Loyal Watchwing are going to be pretty strong here. I think I want to go with the Watchwing. Guerrilla Fighter. We don't have any 4-drops yet. Let's grab a Guerrilla Fighter. Okay, we got the new Morning Star, but we also have Sword of Icaria, which is an incredibly strong uncommon. That's one of the first uncommons that you want if you're starting out in a game. So I feel like drafting Forge with Rakano first is just a super strong idea. And grabbing Sword of Icaria is going to be like really important because that's a first craft for us. Okay, we've got Rakano Stranger and Temper. We've got Loyal Watchwing. Let's go with... go with Loyal Watchwing, I think. Rakano Stranger's not bad. What's our current curve? We're not actually too flush on 2-drops. We'll grab that. Okay, Furnace Mage is a card I'm really, really fond of. Gilded Glaive is a card that we need to test out. We haven't played much with it. It's fairly powerful, I think, but it's probably going to be okay in like an early game deck. And I don't know that we're going to be using Furnace Mage too much in the early game as far as like when we take this out on the ladder. There might not be that many good attachments. But I really like Furnace Mage. I think it's a very powerful card. I'll pick the Gilded Glaive. Alright, Inspire seems like a good last pick. And we get a hold of a rare for our last pick. Champion of Glory versus Rakano Artisan. Rakano Artisan is more for if you're building like a slower weapon-based deck. I think it's a very strong card. I really like it. I want to have copies of it. But I think if we're going to build early Rakano, which it looks like our Forge has sort of led us towards, we're going to want that Champion of Glory. Plus, we have Rakano Stranger in the deck, so... Alright. I think it's going to be very unlikely that we don't take this deck 7 wins. Alright, so let's see here. Starting off, we don't have any 2-drops, so let's go ahead and toss this out. There we go, that's what we're after. Gonna Inspire here. Ideally, I'd like to play Champion of Glory and then Rakano Stranger, but Power of Fire is almost guaranteed to be running either Temper or Piercing Shot. Because it's fairly early on, and Power of Fire is going to want to run burn spells, but it's not going to run like super strong burn spells. So let's play it the safe way, and play the Rakano Stranger first, followed by the Champion of Glory. Alright, we got Caleb's favor, so... looks like that's going to be pretty basic. Probably going to be a lot of, like, direct burn. I can get my Bright Mace Paladin down and just win this game. But I already am pretty close to winning this game. I'm going to put the Heavy Axe down. And just swing for 9 damage. 9 damage on turn 4. It's totally fine. This poor Power of Fire deck is just not going to have a chance. Okay, he's going to hit this, but it's going to cost him 7 health in the process, and we have Stonescar Maul pretty much ready for the finisher. There's another 6. Getting some messages from folks. Alright, and yeah, looking good. Let's go with Bright Mace Paladin? Oh, let's just attack here. I think that's lethal. Cool. Pretty straightforward. So the prize for this is a diamond chest plus like the rank up rewards. I think that's gonna be pretty solid. A redraw. We've got Finest Hour, we've got Granite Acolyte. Got a lot of good stuff going on. Alright, Temple Scribe is a 1/1. Bright Mace Paladin looks like the strongest card here. I'll be able to stick all sorts of cool stuff on it. And hopefully Tales of Elysia won't have any cool removal. Crown Watch Paladin is also a pretty tempting pick. I have a quest to do a gauntlet, which gets me another free forage, huh? Alright, well we might play the second free forage at some point, but I'd like to get into ranked after I play this round. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 altogether. Alright, I'm gonna play the Crown Watch Paladin down. Swing here, I'll probably get a double block. Yeah, and then we just... oh, let's just detain. The chill was a nice response. Gaining a lot of health here. Not doing much else of value. Alright, so I attack here for 2. And my opponent gets rocked. So life looks pretty good on our front. I don't like how much power this guy's accumulating, but he should still be in the early stages. And the early game decks don't actually run very much that's strong. Now, I could have actually been playing down the Gilded Glaive and activating it, but I think I actually like this just fine. Probably see a double block here. Yep. We get to Finest Hour here. As I said, computers not very good about these types of options. Okay, Katana looks good. Gilded Glaive looks good. Seed of Glory activates Gilded Glaives in power. And that's 13 health gained. Pretty good beating. Direwolf Digital has no chill. No, Direwolf Digital has chill. It's us that have no chill. Let's see here. $15.7? I like it. It's pretty happy stuff. My friend and designer Devin is currently #2 on the draft leaderboards, fighting with Patrick Sullivan. Inspire, Bright Mace Paladin, Granite Acolytes, Rampages. Alright, looks good. We have Initiative Sands here. So that's a little bit risky because obviously Students of Time can pull something out that will actually mess up our day pretty hard at like 3 or 4. He's got Friendly Wisps. I know that these decks are like not designed to be terribly strong in the early forges, so like there's a chance that like he actually doesn't even have anything worth playing. But if he does have a 5-drop of any kind, there's a good chance that he's actually going to be able to play it on me. Okay, Praxis Displacer's a rough call. I think it's best to get Bright Mace Paladin down early, because the card quality of these decks... So ordinarily I would try to get rid of this Friendly Wisp first, but I think that if I put the Bright Mace Paladin down first, then I'll be able to overwhelm my opponent and get some health back. I'm more worried about getting rushed down by like just a couple of lucky Praxis Displacers than about him drawing a bunch of cards that don't matter. So hopefully there won't be like a Towering Terrace on here. Alright, that's a pretty significant swing. How are we gonna do this? I think I'm gonna ask to trade. Alright. I think killing that and gaining 5 health is a pretty solid deal for me. And once I get into a stable position, Sword of Ikaria is gonna reap tremendous dividends. I think we're at a stable position now, actually. Ah, except Horned Vorlunk. Okay. So much for the tremendous dividends from Sword of Ikaria. We'll just have to use it now to get rid of Vorlunk. But we're in a very good position now. We fought through all of his big drops. He's basically out of cards, and we still have some tricks left. Swing here. Obviously we're gonna get blocked, so we'll just Rampage. Huh. That Warcry effect just keeps tooting. Alright, I'm getting hit pretty hard here, but I have a significant advantage on the board now. Bladekin Apprentice is a pretty solid swing. And we're in business. Okay, we got 1 and 1. Gilded Glaive seems like a pretty solid play. And we got new followers. Thanks for the follow, Discord. Welcome. Okay, Oasis Sanctuary isn't really going to help him here. Life gain cards just aren't very good. So we go ahead and attack in. We'll probably get a chump block of some kind, but Rampage should allow us to finish him off. Massive overkill. Hooray! Thank you for the follow, Draco Oxyser. Welcome to the stream. I'm guessing we're getting a lot of new folks in since it's open beta time for Eternal. How exciting is that? I'm pretty excited. Alright. This looks like a really good early start. I get Stranger into Champion, and then I get Bright Mace Paladin with Granite Acolyte, so... even if I don't draw my third power right away, I have two 2-drops that I get to play in turn, which means that we have just a plethora of good plays. Ah, Seed of Glory, excellent. With double green, I'm actually pretty comfy playing Champion of Glory first. It should be pretty helpful. Somebody else just followed. Let's go ahead and see who that was. No blocks there. Thanks for the follow, Shawnaha94. And welcome. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Let's play out Bright Mace Paladin. And where are we at now? We are going pretty hard. Probably going to Sword of Ikaria that 3-2. Although I might Granite Acolyte first for the lifesteal. Nah, we get rid of Spire Chaplain. Nobody likes Spire Chaplain. That card needs to go away. It's probably the highest quality card in Army of Justice's deck. That and, I'm guessing it might actually run the 4-6 Endurance. Mithril base isn't bad either. Oh, that puts us in a pretty tough position. I can't actually get at him, so I'm probably going to have to... Oh wait, no, I've got a Guerrilla Fighter. Awesome. Okay, so we have a nice solution to the Mithril Mace problem. The Rebuke gets rid of a War Cry, but not the lifesteal threat, which is good, because I'm really trying to generate a much more powerful Bright Mace Paladin threat. Let's go ahead and go with an Ornate Katana here. Draw ourselves a new card. We get an Auric Sentry, and now we can attack for 5. My opponent will double block here, or maybe he'll just single block. And Detain gets us the kill, while keeping our Bright Mace Paladin healthy. Well, I'm glad that you made a Twitch account, Shauna. And I'm glad that you like the YouTube videos. I've been working pretty hard on making sure that there's plenty of good Eternal content out. Okay, so we're probably going to see a double block on Bright Mace here, unless I don't attack with it. I could just attack with the 3-2. Take an even trade and get Auric Sentry down. And then we'll have Stone Scar Maul to deal with stuff later. So even if he plays another Treasury Guard, there's a pretty good chance I draw a power here. Okay. Didn't get it, but we get to Cobalt Acolyte here. Swing for 4 with a War Cry. And then Rakano Stranger sets us up. Stone Scar Maul's going to push out quite a bit of damage, and then we'll just have the win? Yeah. Attack with everything but the 2-2? Wait, do we just have the win now? 5, 4, 11. Okay, we have the win now. And since we have lethal damage, he's forced to block something big, as opposed to something small. So we don't lose the Granite Acolyte. So our board position only improves. The Death Spiral begins, and nasty, nasty. Alright, this will be our first Forge without losing a game. There's an achievement for winning 5 of these without losing a game. I don't think we're going to lose a game. It's going to be pretty unlikely with a Rakana draft. I'll go with the champion here. Now, Forges do not earn enough money back to pay for another Forge. They earn just under that by a very, very small amount. So in general, like once you've upgraded the Forge level to the point where you're happy with it, you want to move on and start playing more ranked and draft, because you're not going to get quite as much value out of the deck. But there is a cool like silver chest type reward for playing Forges that is available every time you upgrade your opponent. And it has 2 packs in it, which means that it's actually a stronger chest than a diamond chest. They're super good, and you should definitely play enough to get a couple of those, because it's a really good way to expand your collection early. Alright, losing the flash freeze was a problem, but that's okay. This is a good example of why we always play units after combat. If my opponent had used the flash... If I had played Bladekin Apprentice first, then the flash freeze would have hit both of them. But instead, I get to attack with Bladekin Apprentice next turn. So, bonus for me. Yeah, we got a pretty good Forge deck to start. Okay. Well, I guess I don't get to attack with that this turn. We'll play Bright Mace Paladin. We're going to save our Fire Sigil. There's a couple of different reasons you want to do this. The main one is, like, bluffing. So it's like a good practice when you're on your last sigil to hold the last sigil, because if you draw another sigil, then you just get to play a sigil, and that's what you were always going to do anyways. Alright, hello Kappa folks. Oh, Elysian Trailblazer has a different hair color now. Somebody changed her hair color. Weird. She's blue-haired now. That's interesting. What a strange change. Yeah, so, okay. And I played my last sigil, as I'm talking about why you shouldn't play your last sigil. Let's attack with both of these. I'm going to use Alchemical Blast to set up for, yeah. Like this. And that's just a fancy way to use your combat trick to get 2-for-1s. Okay, but yeah, the reason you hold on to your sigils is, A, it makes it appear that you have a bigger hand with more, like, fast spells in it, so it makes your opponents more wary of you. It doesn't work against computers, but it's a handy tool to use anyways, because you're hiding information from your opponent. You're letting him know that your hand is not empty, that you still got stuff left to play, even if you don't. But the second reason for that is actually that I've got a card in here that has Empower, so I should be holding on to some of my power if I can. Alright, I think this deck probably really wants to draw cards off of Film Explorer, so I'm going to... Or Tundra Explorer? Tundra Explorer. So I'm not going to attack with my 3/3. I'm going to leap a blocker back. Island's Favor. Is Camel any good? Yeah, Camel is okay. It is... There are certainly some good Camel decks that you can build early on that are going to be fine. In Constructed, it's, Camel control used to be a thing, but it'll go away after people get cards. In Draft, it's a pretty strong card. Rampage doesn't... Oh, wait. No, Rampage doesn't quite win us this game. But it's gonna get us really close, dang it. Alright, we just win. Get a 4-2, get blocked, and we Rampage for the victory. Alright. Well, that's a pretty good deal. Got a gold one now. Winds of Destiny. We'll redraw here. Chill out, dude. Okay, let's see here. Justice. Sorry, that was bad. Okay, this is the first time where we've been influence locked. We didn't get a good hand, and we didn't get a good draw. Okay. But now we'll be fine. Everything should be okay from this point onwards. I think I play Loyal Watchwing first. Loyal Watchwing will probably tempt him to block with his Eastwind Herald. No, he's playing the new Secret Pages. That's actually going to be pretty rough for me. I think 5 drops could be pretty nasty. There's a pretty good chance that he's got Windshaper. Should I play around Windshaper? Like, if he plays Windshaper, then Rampage isn't going to be as good an option. But it's still going to be a trade, so I guess we'll take it. Oh, wow. Running Silence. Yeah. That's the thing. You always got to remember that these guys like to run Silence. Alright, well, I can't do anything here. I've got all Chemical Blast for Teriax hatchlings if they get out of control. Going to attack here for 3. That should prompt a double block. And then we'll Chemical Blast this one. And that gets rid of the 1-3 as well. Unless he has Chill, in which case, you know. That counter tech. We're losing some health here, but we're going to gain it back by Granite Acolyting Bright Mace Paladin over and over again. So this is not the end of the world. I don't want to hold on to that seat because it's a depleted power unless I draw something else. Static Bolt is fine. I'm getting stomped on here for the most part. There's going to be a 3-3 Cockroach next. Okay, so now we Granite Acolyte. We swing for 7, and we Rampage. And that puts us back in the running. My opponent's running Water of Life, which certainly doesn't help his board state at all. Life gain cards are bad, folks. Don't do life gain cards. I'm going to exhaust that 1-3 so that he doesn't have the double block he wants. And we got a trade too, so that's a pretty good deal. Now the blockers are trying to keep Bright Mace Paladin out of the running. So we can conspire with some other cards to push through some damage. And I'm fine with just taking out one of these. Let's go with the 1-3. We got our Warcry. We hold on to this Fire Sigil for the purposes of our Empower weapon. And also to intimidate the computer with the knowledge that they don't have. Double Hatchling's pretty rough. But I get to attack with all of these guys. Probably see another double block here. If I attack with all of these guys, he won't be able to double block the 7-3 because he'll take lethal. So he'll double block twice. There we go. There was always the chance that I got proved wrong with a chill, but it wasn't really going to affect the board state completely, so it seemed like the right play. Alright. And we're on to number 7. Check something real quick. Okay. Diamond Chest, here we go. What are we playing against? Rule the Skies. Is there a special thing going on? No, no special thing. It's just Rule the Skies. Guessing it's just going to be a good deck. This hand is keepable. I should probably keep it because it has both the colors I need. That's fairly important, and it also has a playable 3-drop. And it also has a flyer, which is kind of important. Like, I think what I'm going to need to do here is play Loyal Watchwing, get some Warcries in with Detain Fixers. Well, thus far, Rule the Skies is running lots and lots of time. Okay. Rakano Stranger's a pretty sweet deal. I'm pretty likely to see a block here. I think I'm okay with that. I want to get rid of as many of the little flyers as I can. Because there's always a chance that there's going to be a hatchery raider or something down the line. The ancient lore's rough, but it's not the end of the world for me. I think this turn we Granite Acolyte, swing for 3, and then use Detain to kill the Humbug. Which is overkill for the Detain, but yeah. Hopefully he didn't draw any flyers with +1/+1 bonuses. I could block there. I don't think I should. I think I'm better off attacking with my 2/1. Gonna keep building out the Loyal Watchwing. Nice, we got a heavy axe there. If I'd done that first, then I would have actually had a better option. If we draw a power, then we get to Stone Scar Maul and kill the Scorpion Wasps. That's a good deal. It'd be really nice if I could get rid of that other flyer too, but I'm just gonna have to live with that. Oh, one moment, folks. Okay. Got a lot of attacks going on. Nothing I'm too worried about. Swing in with both of these. Do we Rampage? I was gonna, but now I don't think I actually care. I'd rather just generate an awesome 10-3 and then murderize. Don't think I'm going to need to use the Rampage here. That's fine. Well, my opponent's holding down the fort. The chills are actually making things a little bit rough. I don't think I want to do anything here. I kind of want to attack. Nah, I should hold that back to block the 2-1. There's a lot of pressure on me right now. I need to get some actual damage through. I'm not gonna Rampage here because I want to use Rampage to finish off my opponent completely. Or to save a unit so that I get a better board state here. I have enough power to work with completely, so I've got no problems just holding on to Rampage for as long as we need it. Okay, we'll Rampage here, though. And combined with Bladekin Apprentice, that should seal up the game. Sword of Icaria finishes things up. Good deal. Alright, so that puts us in a pretty good spot to start. We won our first forge without losing a game. We didn't get any packs yet. We have to actually look at the... claim the rewards here. Double golds and our rank up reward, which is another 4 packs. Cool. So opening up our packs, we have 4 packs to play with. I see Towering Terrazon, that's a super strong card, at least when we're starting out. We've got Karmic Guardian, which is a pretty good card to build around. Lots of good cards in like draft formats and early formats, so yeah, a lot of stuff to play with. Argenport Instigator is a very strong rare if I want to make a purple deck that's aggressive. We've got Combre Stranger, Argenport Soldier, Magma Javelin's okay. None of this is too exciting. Marison's Disciple is a very, very good yellow card. That's the card that we're probably going to be using in place of Sandstorm Titan if we build any sort of Elysian deck. What's next? Crownwatch Deserter. An Oni Ronin is a pretty good deal. I don't know how many of these I already have, but it's pretty exciting to have that in the pack. Crownwatch Deserter means that our Rakano is filling out a bit. We have enough to build a decent Rakano deck. And Champion of Progress, not a very exciting rare for us, but certainly a card that we can maybe play. And one more. Stonescar Banner there. Nice to have banners. The more banners we get, the better off we are. Unstable Form's really fun. I'd really like to build Elysian, but I don't think I got enough cards to do that right away. We do have Copperhull Blessing as a rare. That's an okay combat trick. Nothing special. Are we opening all the packs? I'm currently opening only to 187, Wodar. I'm gonna try to actually make a decent run at Master just off of like a free-to-play archetype, and then I'm gonna build up 200 packs and do like a 200 pack opening thing. So hold on to your horses. All right. Anyways, let's get started, shall we? Alright, so we've got an early red deck that contains some really annoying tooltips. That is a weird place for a tooltip. Alright, it's got Oni Ronins, and we got 2 more of those for sure. So we have enough for 4 Oni Ronins in a deck. That's a pretty good deal. The Forge Wolves come out. We've got the Seek Power now, so we're going to move into Rakano here. That's a nice new noise. I like it. Let's grab red-green. We'll pick the hybrid cards out first, and we pretty much want to run just about every hybrid card. They're going to be very strong here. We have 4 Seats of Glory already, so that's pretty delightful. If I were to add the power... Oh, let's just add power until we have 25. Does that work? No, that doesn't... No, let's not do that yet. We'll deal with you later. In fact, we won't deal with you at all. Okay, so... Crownwatch Deserter, Sword of Icaria, Champion of Glory is a pretty good start. Let's look at our green cards. We want to bring in some green stuff and make this deck strong enough to run on the ladder for a while. Field Captain, Battle Blur Centaur. Those are options, nothing special. Let's remove the hybridization here. Okay, I've got Rakano Stranger for fixing if I want it. That's not a bad idea. It's certainly not a great card, but we'll consider including it until we have better stuff. We have Loyal Watchwings up to 3. We have Order of the Spire as a rare. Valkyrie Enforcer is a card that needs to come in. It's just a very powerful card to have. We could run some late game stuff like Roland, but I think we're probably going to go for an earlier game strategy. We have access to Gilded Glaive. We have Bright Mace Paladins. Oryx Sentry is probably a good early card, along with these Minotaur Grunts. And Vanquish is a pretty good card to include. Keep in mind, like, we're operating fairly similar to a lot of other stuff. Yeah, it's on Steam, Discord. This game is on Steam. Okay, Inspires, Finest Hours. Probably grab the Tinker Apprentice, throw the Argenport Soldiers in along with the Crownwatch Longswords. And maybe Valkyrie Aspirant as well. I'm going to throw out Oni Strikers. I'm going to throw out Pyrodepts. I'm going to throw out, what else? 2 Granite Acolytes is probably fine. I'd up the number of Rebel Sharpshooters if I could. I've got 2 rallies in here for the moment. I think that's okay. It's not great, but it'll work. I think I want the Loyal Watchwings in here. If we're going to run Granite Acolytes, we should run Loyal Watchwings. And then we can cut cards like Dusthoof Brawler and Caleb Uncrowned Prince. I'll keep the Steelbound Dragon as a late game pick. Do we have 4th Tree Elders? 4th Tree Elders should be a late game pick. And we'll leave Steelbound Dragon out, actually. Let's just have like 5, 6 drops. That seems like a pretty good choice. Flashfire's not that great in hybrid. We'll have like 2 of those, and that'll just give us some burn options. How many torches do I have access to? 3. Okay. So the more torches we can get rid of, the better. How many piercing shots can we run? Ornate Katana's a card that should come in. I think I'd actually take it over Granite Acolyte. What else? The Rampages are fine. We've got 3 Finest Hours. That seems like a pretty good deal. I could run more Rampages. It'd probably be a better card than Rally in most situations. The Rallies are gone? No, they're not. Okay, so now we have a pretty decent amount of extra tricks. The Magma Javelin is a potential removal spell. Rebel Illuminator is probably not going to be too bad in this deck. Cut a Watchwing for that so that I get an extra torch. Yeah, see, I'm running 4 torches now. It's amazing. Alright, looking at it, we've got 36 units, 9 attachments, and 26 spells. That seems like a pretty good deal. We're up to 75 cards because we haven't actually added power yet. Oopsie daisies. Okay, I was wondering. Like, this deck seems like it's full of good stuff, but actually, okay, we have to cut like a bunch of stuff. Cut assembly line. What do we need to cut down? We need to cut down to 51 cards? 51 cards. So let's cut Azalea. Keep the 4th Tree Elders and the World Pyre Phoenix. Keep the Stone Scar Maul. Cut the Flashfire. Magma Jabs are fine. Cut the Watchwings. Bright Mace Paladin stays in. Auric Sentry stays in. Grunts can come out. Aspirant can come out. Apprentice can come out. Grenadin Drones can come out. Rampages can come down quite a bit. We need to go down to 51, so we need 9 more cards out of this deck. It's good to have this problem. I think Gilded Glaive is probably a card that I still want to be running. What all are we running? I think we'll cut Outland Sniper, and maybe the Magma Jabs as well. Take World Pyre Phoenix out. Yeah. Overall, I don't need that many 6-drops. 4th Tree Elders are a really strong card, but we don't need more than 1 of them. That gets our late game pretty close to sealed up. $11, 11, and 4. It's 26 power, so I need to cut 1 more card, maybe 2. We've got 4 Seek power in here, so yeah, it's probably just going to be 2. Sharpshooters, Paladins, and Deserters. That's a lot of 3-drops. Could probably cut 1 of these Paladins or Sharpshooters. Or I could cut Recano Stranger. That seems better. That's 75. Okay, cool. Let's take this card out. Deck out. Okay. Oh, do we get a free draft out of curiosity? Yeah, the first one's free, okay. So we'll have to do a free draft sometime tonight. And we will ride on in. Is a time primal starter deck standard fare? So what happens is weekly you get a you get a dual colored deck a week with a quest to win with it. Okay. Not much of an early start. I think we should throw this back. Wow, alright. Is my unit count too low? It must be. I didn't even realize I had Caleb's favorite in the deck. Okay. Well, we'll see how Hornswaggler's doing. Looks like he's got some mono red going on. I'm just sitting tight. Just letting him equip his ridiculous Grenadin with stuff. I think Sensori Brigand needs to die. Alright, we need units now. And that's how Pojo dramatically lost his first ranked game. Pretty please? Gross. Alright, we're gonna have to cut the Caleb's. And put some more stuff in. There we go. Okay. We almost live. I'm gonna see like double torch here. Maybe? He might hold on to it. That's probably what he's thinking about. What are we up to, Hornswaggler? A bold move. What's the sorry partner one? Is it like I guess I'll have to like redo my emotes. Alright, do we try to bait that out or do we block? I don't have a blocker. I think I'm gonna stay put. It's starting you out on the tutorial. Yeah, there's the full wipe. You only have to do the first games. You don't have to do them all. But each one earns you the deck, of course. Oh, come on. Alright, Hornswaggler's clearly from the old beta, or he wouldn't have these cards already. Unless he just somehow got 2 magic Rakano Outlaws. Am I gonna get rallied here? Well, that looks like it hurt. Block there. Still dead, though. Oh, I wonder if placement matches actually work now. Okay. And we got our theme deck, the Combre Progress deck. Well, cool. We actually might be able to play that. What are we up to here? Got Towering Terrazons, it's got Champion of Progress, it's got Karmic Guardians. Does it have Vodacen Staff? Doesn't look like it. Still, there's something to say for this deck. Awakened Student and Desert Marshals. Combre Healer's in there. Gilded Glaive's in there, so we can up that up a bit. Maybe we should just run this. Seems like a pretty strong way to start. Okay, let me look at this and make sure that the unit count's not completely messed up. We've got 22 units. That's a bit light. It's not as light as I thought it would be, but yeah, with 4 Caleb's Favors in there, no wonder. All right, so we have to cut in Bladekin Apprentice. Granite Acolyte's not a bad idea. Guerrilla Fighter's pretty good. Hush Cat. We can throw in the Minotaur Grunts. Alright, and that should put us in a much better position. I'd probably increase the number even further. That should be fine. There's a cat. That is Marlowe. He is my roommate's cat. Okay. So what are we up to now? Well, we earned an extra pack. So let's open that up. Another Granite Acolyte. We got a Premium Determined Stranger. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a card that'll probably be seeing some use at some point. And Order of the Spire. Alright, and then there's also the extra Oni Ronin, which is a pretty solid deal, I believe. Oh, we've already got 4. Wow, okay. So I guess we just destroyed the extras. Impressive that we're already getting dust. What should be our first craft? Is there anything that we need right now? Oh, yeah, Sword of Ikaria. There are only 100 to craft, so why don't we just make 4 of them? And by that same logic, we're probably going to want to run some Rakano Outlaws. Maybe a torch or two, right? Alright, 4 torches, 4 Rakano Outlaws, 4 Oni Ronin. Cut the Minotaur Grunts. How many rampages is too many? We're back to 22 unit count. Yeah, commons and uncommons seem to be a little cheaper to craft. That's going to be good news. Okay. Let's get started. We got 2-minute queues because, of course, people are still filtering in. I'm guessing anybody I get matched up against is going to be from the old beta. Mikester Game 01. This is not a name I recognize, so maybe he hasn't played before. We can win a couple of our placement matches. I think placement matches are actually a thing that works now. That'll be pretty useful. So what are we up to, Mikester? Initiative Sands. That's a pretty scary card. Nothing I like here. I really need to get a hold of some red. We've got 4 Seek Power in the deck. We've got a Rakano Stranger in the deck. It's kind of ridiculous that we don't have red. It would be nice if we could place high. Alright. Well, that's gonna be a difficult start. Ouch. Well, we're super glad we included the Vanquish. Towler's favors our cards. I'm glad he's got Seek Power in his deck. I really wish that I had Seek Power in my deck. Where's my Seek Power? Ah. Okay, Oasis Sanctuary doesn't do much for him. Third Justice is nice. I think we play Auric Sentry here. Although Bright Mace Paladin is pretty nice as well. That's pretty scary. Man, he's already, like, at 8. That's so bad for me. That's just awful. Alright. I could attack here, but it's not going to do me any good. Right, Mace Paladin here. We can make a 5/5 with Lifesteal. That's a very nasty flyer. I'm gonna make a 5/5 Lifesteal. Shouldn't have passed up that Furnace Mage. Does he know how Killer works? He does not. Okay. Oh my goodness. I mean, we could start making an effort at coming back here if we can get some red. But yeah, this is hurting. What is this? There's red in the deck, right? Alright. I think I had some outs there, but let me go ahead and check and make sure that we didn't, like, build this deck wrong. What is going on? There's 10 red in the deck. There's 4 Seats of Glory. Do I need banners? Banners are cards, right? They should exist. Like when I search for them. Okay. And they're commons, so let's just craft 4 of them. Oh, crafting. Okay, there we go. Okay. There's a good start. Ugh. Oh. I think this is the most viewers we've had on the stream. How are people doing? We have a lot of new folks here? Or is it a bunch of old folks just excited about the open beta? Okay, let's see here. This looks fine. Oh, does Champ of Chaos have new artwork? I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to take a look. I liked the old Champion of Chaos artwork quite a bit, so That'll be hard to beat for me. TMPCH. Alright. We go for the simple answer there. Although it does mean that we aren't going to be able to play our third power next turn. Got a pretty heavy infiltrate base deck here. We'll see if he goes for like an annihilate or suffocate. I guess I gotta worry about... This early in the game, I have to worry about Cloak as well. Maybe I should have torched that immediately. Though I'd really like him to throw some removal at this, because I've got Sword of Ikaria. What's the play? Nice, we got a Permafrost out of his hand. Cool, so that gets us to our 3-drop here. I'll probably go for Auric Sentry, since the combination of Endurance and Warcry is pretty powerful against an Infiltrate deck. See if he blocks here. No such luck. Haunting Scream's a risk here. But I think we have to sword anyways. We'll see what he draws out of it. Haunting Scream deck's a pretty good way to start out if you want to move up the ladder fast. Play a Crown Watch Deserter here. Swing for 5. Got like a good answer to a double block. Don't have an answer to that. But it's okay. That's very sad. That gets us a decent trade and a little bit of health back. We're locked down pretty hard, and I'm worried about Haunting Scream, but Stone Scar Maul is going to help us finish this out. Especially if we draw the power now. Okay, no such luck. I could Torch and swing for a bunch. I think I'd rather Torch there and swing for 3. Alright, that's not a bad trade for me. We'll see what he's got left in his deck. Gorgon Fanatic's not a great deal. We'll put it in the ground. If he draws Haunting Screams, then we're in trouble. But I don't know if this deck is running them. Alright, cool. Yep. Played lots of people here. Okay. We didn't start the... Oh, I don't see how anyone could not like this game. This game is amazing. Let's see here. I think I can see people get in like a pissing contest over like whether it's better than Hearthstone, but they're not in competition with each other really. The two can exist at the same time, and it's better than Hearthstone. This hand almost looks good, but I can't really keep it. Gameplay, disable totem interactions. Thanks so much. I don't know why that's not auto-enabled. Okay, so we got Valkyrie Enforcer and Bright Mace Paladin, both of which are really solid options. I could Sword of Ikaria here to get the 3-2 across. Or I could play down Bright Mace Paladin. I think I'm okay with just trading the 3-2 for the 2-1. You can have your Amber Acolyte trade. Ah, it's got Nomad Healer's art now. Cute. I offer you this trade, that I might have better trades in the future. What's up? What are we doing here? I could go... I was gonna go Bright Mace Paladin. I could also go Oni Ronin, Ornate Katana, and develop some War Cries, but that's definitely not right in a world where he doesn't block with Amber Acolyte. It is not a draft, Berloomsky. We're starting out on the ranked ladder. We're gonna do our placement matches, and then we're probably gonna do our free draft. Oh, Sanctuary Priest, you're such a bad card. Alright, I'm gonna go Sword of Ikaria here. Punish that player for playing Sanctuary Priest. Swing for 3. Alright. Scorpion Wasp is a sad day, and playing an Oni Ronin. I've still got access to Sword of Ikaria, so I'd get another removal here. Or a bunch of War Cries if he decides to take an attack in. Oop. That puts him in a very bad position. I think I'll just torch that. Let's go Bladekin Apprentice here. Units after combat, guys. Don't be like me. I've got a lot of War Cries going in. I've got a Silence effect at the ready, and I've got Katana into Bladekin Apprentice. All of which is stuff I really like. Kill that, for sure. Alright, clearly he knows what he's doing. Such as it is, that's okay. Let's go ahead and go with a Katana here. If he wants to block, he can. If he wants to try and keep a hold of the Xenon Guardian, that is also an option that's not going to work out for him. Oh, wow, that card is scary as heck. Is this the Cambrai Progress Dex card? I'm real worried about that card, guys. I don't know. We have a lot of ways to get past it. We could roll in some Elder's Feathers at some point. We're not exactly rolling in it. I like this attack quite a bit. Okay. Obviously, if this becomes like a 12-12, that's a bit of a problem. But we should be golden. Okay. You don't like draft, Draco? I'm a big fan of draft. We placed master in draft last month, or this month rather. I guess we'll have to place master in draft again. Alright, we'll see if placement matches are still a lie. Anything more that I want to do with this deck? Do we want to like try to throw in some like Silverwing Familiars or things like that? I think they might be uncommons. They might be rares. There are lots of other options we could be running. We could be running Rakano Outlaws. Crown Watch Paladins are choices. Like, improving this deck to the point where we can actually succeed at all of our placement matches is a pretty good idea. I take the number of Crown Watch Paladins in the deck up a little bit. And we'll have to take something down. Auric Sentry? Auric Sentry doesn't really get across the way we want to. Why are we at 80 out of 75? What happened here? We have 29 power now? What in the Sam Heal? Wow. Oh, I guess we added 4 Rakano. That's my fault. Alright, take the 4th Tree Elder out? No, we need the 4th Tree Elder. We actually need some finishers here because there are places where we're just not going to win. I could take out the Magma Javelin at this point. Since we've got 4 torches and some vanquishes. Nah, I guess we need the Magma Jav. Bladekin Apprentice is probably staying in. Oh, we can cut an Argenport Soldier or two. Yeah, okay. There we go. We're running relatively few weapons in the deck at the moment. I'm not even sure if we're running Crown Watch Longswords. No, we have 2 of them. And then katanas as well. Along with Gilded Glaive. And some swords. What are our overall weapon options? Heavy Axe is probably not going to do the trick. Put both the Gilded Glaives in here. Okay, I guess we go with that. Sure. What? We bug out here? I guess we're at 25 with 1 card missing. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. We'll have to win a game with Combre Progress to get our pack. Or whatever it is the prize is for winning with Combre Progress. Not a meme! What are we up to? We got Seat, Banner, Piercing Shots. Everything's looking pretty solid. Sword of Icaria makes up the biggest part. We got a lot of infiltrate decks going on today. I like that sword icon, that's kind of cool. I'd like to play it on Bright Mace Paladin soon, but if I keep seeing infiltrate units, I'm just gonna go sword, sword, sword. Just Warcry it up. That's cute, Rekenner. Oh, we got a scheme, okay. I'm gonna go with Bright Mace Paladin here. We'll see what he picked up. Scheme could be a really nuts card. There's so many things that he could have grabbed off of that. Knock another one of these out. Finest Tower protects from Lightning Strike, and also gets us 6 health. And then Oni Ronin. So yeah, looking pretty good. The Lightning Storm clears out Oni Ronin, which is pretty unfortunate. I really don't like Direwood Beast Color here, but there's a cool thing about it, which is, one, I actually get to play Sword of Ikaria and keep Sword of Ikaria, which is advantage for me. And two, if there's a Haunting Scream, I have Torch. So I always leave power up for Torch in case of Haunting Scream. Because yeah, we do not want to deal with Direwood Beast Color coming back. Oh, weird, he just played it back in front of the, sword again. I would have gone with something a little bigger. Recommended first craft. Gotta dominate. You want Swords of Ikaria. Oh, I've slowed Not a Meme's roll. He's typing things at me now instead of playing. Come on. Okay. That's a decision. I think I want to save Torch for now. Alright. I mean, most of the cards are useful, Zariki. It's just a matter of what you're playing. Alright, I hate that. Oh, that's really bad. He actually gets a good infiltrate unit down. We're in trouble. I don't have any reason to play power now. I want to save it for... That's a card, I guess. I think we just ignore it if we can. Ugh. Stab. Alright. Should I be playing things out in front of Venom Swine? I mean, I think so, right? Well, that was entertaining. What's up with all this removal, man? I don't like it. I want my vanquishes. Give me my vanquishes. Ugh. Alright, that's a well played. I've reached bronze 3! I don't think that the placement matches work yet. I think they're still a lie. Alright, well that's unfortunate. Everybody starts at the bottom. Yep. Alright. Let's do a draft, shall we? We've got a free one, so it's a pretty good time. Yep. Alright. So we got Witching Hour, which is, you know, like not a card that's playable in draft, but obviously we want the legendary, so we're gonna pick the legendary. I'm pretty happy with that. I could disenchant it for dust later if I wanted to, or I can just hold on to it. It's an interesting question overall. Okay, so what are we looking at? We've got a premium Blackguard sidearm. It's good for dust, not much else. We've got Rebel Sharpshooter and Avasaur, Obsidian Golem, Grenadin Drone. There are some reasonable cards here. I like Avasaur quite a bit. I'm not sure how to deal with it now that it's a hybrid card and it requires a commitment to that color. Obsidian Golem might be a better hybrid card here, and Rebel Sharpshooter is a pretty decent 3-drop that we can actually play around. I'm not sure that Avasaur is going to really be a solid choice for me here, although it is a nice 3/3 flyer. Let's grab Sharpshooter first. Golem's not bad either. Alright, let's go with Sharpshooter. I kind of want to go Golem just in case I can actually play Witching Hour. Seems unlikely though. I think we should go Sharpshooter. Okay. And another Avasaur now. Okay. And we got Serpent Trainer and Awakened Student, both of which are really good cards. Nothing in red, so I probably shouldn't try to draft towards red. Picking up Serpent Trainer would be a pretty solid choice. Picking up another Avasaur would also be okay. Maybe I shouldn't have taken the Sharpshooter. I think we will probably grab Cobalt Monument or Serpent Trainer here. Serpent Trainer seems fine. Privilege. There are some red cards now. We've got Diplomatic Seal, which is a decent fixer. Privilege of Rank, which is good in green. I don't know what color I am yet. Dark Return's very strong if you're running the right type of deck. And Stone Scar is pretty neat. I think Diplomatic Seal is a super strong card, and it's also an uncommon that we need to get at some point. A good fixer. Not very good with Witching Hour, obviously. Let's grab Dark Return here. Katana is an option. Works well with Sharpshooter. We could get like sort of a Stone Scar thing going on. If we run cards like Stone Scar Stranger, we can actually enable Witching Hour. If we actually wanted to run Witching Hour, we'd pick the Stone Scar Stranger here. And we'd play around it. That could be fun. Let's do it. I got Stone Scar Banner. Okay. That's a pretty good deal. Alchemical Blast is not really any good, but fine. Feln and Rakano. I guess we'll go for Rakano here. This doesn't look like much. Temper. Protect. Eh. Okay. Well, 2 legendaries. That's a pretty good start. Get the Magus going. Secret Pages I'm super excited by. I'd still like to run red, but I'm not sure if I actually found anything good in red. Or in purple, really, for that matter. We just didn't get much out of that pack that was going to help our plan. So we could switch horses and like actually try to go for something else. Like a Secret Pages deck that actually puts out some good yellow units. Amber Monument, Elysian Pathfinder. Pathfinder and Monument are very equivalent cards in my eye. We've also got Scheme here. So that's almost a good purple card. Seriously, there's not a good purple card here yet, though. Alright, I think I'm going to go for Pathfinder or Monument. Let's go with Monument. And now we got to make this work somehow. Despite the fact that we're... Now there's no yellow. Okay. But there is lots of Rakano. So Rescind the Madness, go for Sharpshooter? These are good yellow cards. Indecision. Indecision. I think I'm going to go with the Predator's Instinct here. Got Unstable Form and Initiate. Unstable Form is a really good card. Let's try to get Elysian going. Elysian Banner. Initiate's solid. We're going to play like Magus Unstable. It should be great. Argenport. Light. Feln. And Herald Song. Okay. We have a lot of good fixers. So we could, like we actually have strangers in a lot of different colors. Blue, purple, red, and yet green. So the only color we don't have for is yellow. So we could actually, like, try to pick out some of these more interesting red cards, or we could go for green, yellow, blue. Alright, looking at chat, I think I've been missing some of it for a while. Hi guys. Hi guys. Yep, we do keep the cards we draft, Kansei Bene. You've got that all good. Alright, alright. I'm gonna grab Yeti Snowslinger. Let's just go Elysian. I'm a big fan of Elysian. We're gonna try and make Elysian work. If I can get it working, I'll be pretty happy. Dispel? Camel? Another Snowslinger? Another Snowslinger. Temple Scribe is now an uncommon that shows up in packs. Yay! I'd probably be willing to play Temple Scribe here. Synchronized Strike doesn't really do much. Premium Awakened Student's pretty nice. I have enough, like, good green that I can splash into green if I run out of cards in blue. Eastward Herald's a good choice here. Dormant Sentinel is the big card that we're looking for to win the game. Nothing great there. Another Dormant Sentinel. Alright. This is all pretty straightforward. Towering Terrazon, that's the card we're looking for. Good old dinosaurs. Okay, so Wild Cloud Snake is pretty solid if we have enough flyers. We don't really have that many, though. Serpent Trainer's the only major one. Longest Magus of Mist. I think I'd prefer Amber Acolyte here, because there's a pretty good chance we're going to have to splash colors. Wisdom of the Elders is pretty important. Mirror Image is pretty great. So is Static Bolt. I'm going to go for Mirror Image here. Sky Snappers... Yeah, it's a worse card now, but it's still okay. I'd take Levitate or Bold Adventurer. I'll go for Levitate here. Since we've got like 3 Yeti Snowslingers now. Beast Colors Amulet is an interesting film splash. Backlash. Second Sight, not a bad pickup. Okay, so our pool's quite a bit weaker because we had to change colors there. But I think that we've got enough to actually get something working. I don't know if I was actually forced out, but I certainly felt like it. And this does not look bad at all. That's 13 cards with Elysian Banner. Let's get the time in here. 2 Dormants, Amber Acolyte, Temple Scribe. Secret Pages helps us get up to Towering Terrazon faster. Instinct and Initiate. That's 22 cards with Amber Monument and Banner. So we're a bit weak at the moment. Backlash comes in. Do we need to splash in to a different color? I could throw in Feln Stranger and splash a little purple. What would that look like? It'd be Beast Colors Amulet, Dark Return, and Blood Beetle? Just Beast Colors Amulet and Dark Return would be enough. That's a reasonable splash with Feln Stranger, and do we have any other banners that fix for that? Stonescar Stranger would fix. Add that power. Okay, so 3 of Shadow Sigils plus 2 Strangers, fixing for Beast Color's Amulet. I like it. I think that'll fix things. You're in Shadowfire, you got a draft pack with Magmajev, Torch, Obsidian, Golem, and Combust. You take Torch. Torch is a league above everything else in that pack, indeed, Zuriki. Torch is one of the stronger cards in draft. It's a really, really good card, and it's probably a snap pick in almost any time you're going red. I need some more water. Playing against the Nuge. Temple Scribes, Amber Acolytes. I've got all 3 colors, but there's a lot of double here. I guess that's okay because of Amber Acolytes, so we'll be all right. It's a little sad that we have to use our Amber Monument the turn that we are wanting to play it. Like, we have to use the Amber Monument now. I guess we could use it on our turn 2, but this enables us to play Temple Scribe on 2 if we draw a time, which is fairly relevant. Okay, District Infantry is a pretty good rush card, so my opponent's going to get a little bit of a leg up on me. Indeed, looks like he's going for a Rakano rush strat. We got a good 2-drop to follow that up. Rakano Stranger's close enough to a good 2-drop that I'd be kind of worried. I'm going to need 3 blue for Magus, so we got to make sure that we have that. No blocks there. This turn's pretty straightforward. We play Temple Scribe so that we can triple block, or double block, District Infantry. Or we play Serpent Trainer. I'm a big fan of Serpent Trainer. I don't have much in terms of hard removal. Predator's Instinct's the only card that's really just nuts. But we do have a Terrazon that's going to have flying. Alright, I would rather see that blocked if I can. You gonna take that block? Okay. Gonna say, like, if you don't take that block, then I'm really worried about my life. Now I got a 6/5. I kind of want to give it flying, but honestly a triple block is really not that terrifying. Let's just attack. Yeah, it'd be better to give the Dormant Sentinels flying if we can, even though they can get overwhelmed. A lot of strangers. His deck gets a lot scarier if he gets weapons. But mine is at peak at this point. Like, we've got a 6/5 attacker every turn, followed by a 7/7, followed by another 7/7, followed by a flying finisher. Seems like a pretty good deal to me. Ooh, I could even turn it into an 8/8 if I wanted to. What are the 8 costs? They're all Scions, right? Like, I'd get potentially Eileen, or I could get Caleb, which would be worse. Or Vara. Yeah, I think that's probably not worth it. Let's just go in. Full-on set of trades. Dormant Sentinel comes down. And do we want to unstable form anything? No, we'll just save it for Magus. We've got the Magus play. Okay, got him. Oni Quartermaster wasn't as threatening a card as I worried it would be. Let's fill up a glass of water. I'll be right back. Okay, where are we at? Redrawing? Okay, Eastwind Herald's a decent start. I prefer to keep hold of Mirror Image until I get something better. I don't have a very good unit count here. Have a good night, Mulligan. Or have a good night, Kanzai. Have a good night, Kanzai. Okay, we got Yeti Snowslinger. That's an option. Not a very good one here. We still need something new. Okay. Well, that's a good card if I can get my hands on one of my purple influence. But we're currently in, like, pretty bad territory as far as draws go. Oh good, Towering Terrazon, that's the card I want. There's the chance of a Desert Marshal here. Or some other form of removal. Something's going on. Not sure what yet. Alright. Well, I've still got the other one, and I think I'll hold on to it for a turn. Odds are pretty good there's not a Valkyrie Enforcer or anything. He's got another Finest Hour, that's a rough day. Huh. He might actually have another Finest Hour. I guess we'll find out the hard way. Oh, we got it. I don't like how much armor he has right now. Where's he getting that from? Oh, from the Emerald Acolyte. I don't think he has weapons worth caring about, but... he does, I want to know about him. So here's a 5/6 and a 2/3, plus another 5/5 beast. Civic Peacekeeper's a rough deal. If he gets a really good set of plays, he might be able to lock me down long enough. But it's gonna be tough for him. We double block that, for sure. Secret Pages is a fast spell now? I did not know this. Alright, that sucks. Well, that's pretty hurtful. These guys both get to attack next turn. We're locked down so hard right now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. You had lethal. You had lethal and you missed it. I swing with everything here? I kind of have to. I can't just sit still. Yeah, but he's not going to miss lethal a second time here. Alright, well, Secret Pages is a combat trick now for Awakened students. That's kind of interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't know, Rekenner. I mean, like, in general, the spell effect doesn't... You can have a plural name for a single effect. Like, not every card is a Brothers Yamazaki, or like something like that. Twin cards can be represented by, or twin units can be represented by a single object. Same with spells. Fair enough. Secret page. Alright. Initiate here looks good. Thry Ranger is really bad for me for a lot of reasons. But it'll be okay, because I'll double block it. And then he'll torch one of them, and I'll be sad. Or not. Grab our purple. Play a blue. And we're okay. I'll choose to block with a 1/1 here. Alright. That's a pretty good start. He's got his 3/3 attacking, but... I get a beast out of this because of Infiltrate. The Entomb kills my dude. We put a Sentinel on the top of our deck. And then we see if he has Rapid Shot. Devour. Alright, not the worst. Do I like Dormant Sentinel or... Yeah, I think I like Dormant Sentinel first. Because then I can play Serpent Amber and get the Sigil for sure for the Overwhelm. Okay. Should I play that Shadow Sigil? Nah. Suffocate's a really good card for him. Double Stonescar Magus is a pretty good deal. I could get the 3/3 Reinhardt, but I think we'll go for the Sentinel. Having something with Killer is pretty sweet, but I don't need too many copies of that. And now it's got flying. Cool. Okay, so we're sitting pretty. I think we can move our way up. Clematis. We got Temple Scribes and Stonescar Strangers out here. Alright. Yeti Snowslinger seems like a pretty good answer to this card. Determined Stranger's a bummer. Well, we're unfortunately not able to get rid of this thing. I am happy to make that trade, though. He wants to attack with his 2/2. I'll let him through, and I'll see if I can get my snowball. We'll see what happens there. Okay, a 4/4 Determined Stranger seems like a pretty good deal. This is the last time Snowslinger gets to attack profitably. I'm pretty happy with a 6/6 flyer here. We'll see if it gets torched or silenced or anything happens. It'd have to be a Suffocate or an Annihilate, and both of those are uncommons. We stay very still. Magus of the Mist should be fine. But we'll see for sure in a second. Okay. It's a pretty good deal. Copper Conduit is a card. Not a card I care about, but a card. Play a Dormant Sentinel here. Dormant Sentinel is incidentally another good, like, card that I can put Beastcaller's Amulet on. Not in this instance, because that would be just suicide, but in general. He chose the honorable death. Alright. Achievement unlocked. Lucky pull. Play a legendary card in draft. I mean, we got 2 legendaries in draft. Stonescar Stranger. Has anyone else done placement matches yet? I asked my friend if the placement matches were borked, and I don't know if they were or not. I only won like 1 of those games, so maybe Bronze 3 is where we're at. Stonescar Stranger? Stonescar Stranger. You levitate a unit and then give it mirror image. I believe the levitate still fades at end of turn. Interesting. We're looking pretty good so far, though. I'm wondering, if he plays out his power, then I have a really good path to victory here. Okay, that I hate. No blocks. What are the odds he's got a torch? I think I play those odds. We should levitate at end of turn here. Nice. Magus is a pretty good deal. And Snowslinger should keep Tundra Explorer put. He might attack with it anyways, we'll see. Oh, he got a card off of it too. Alright, maybe his deck's spell dense enough that that's actually a thing. We should block then. Grabbing our 5th blue from Magus is pretty important here, so let's go ahead and attack now. Blue, black, red deck that splashes green for Navani. Good times. I'll tell you what you've done, Sidereal. You've done fun things. We had a red, green, yellow deck with splashed Navani. Well, it wasn't splashed, but it was a delight. Alright, I don't need Magus to win, and Magus is indeed potentially not as effective here as Towering Terrazon. But I'm a show-off, so I guess we'll go for that. You gotta torture or suffocate? If you do, then I clearly played it inappropriately. No blocks. It's got flying. You got a torch? Alright. Good stuff. Man, we've reached bronze in the draft league, and that was after like 4 wins in a row with 1 loss. Yeah, I don't think that the placement matches are working. Okay, Felton Stranger, Unstable Form, Dormant Sentinel. We'll keep this. Play our own Stranger. We could block here. I also might want to go for like an Unstable Form special. Because I don't have another unit at the moment. Where are all these messages coming from? Okay. Amethyst Acolyte's not a card I want. Statuary Maiden's a card I'll take. Gonna hold off on the Stone Cudgel here because we have a better play. A really great play, by the way. This is gonna be pretty disgusting. Let's see if we can get him to play out his power again. That's what we're... Yeah, he did it. Alright, cool. You ready for this now? Okay. Mirror Image gets us another killer Statuary Maiden, which we then kill this with, which gives us the Cudgel. Is that not sweet? That's pretty sweet. And I'll attack for 2 here, because if he wants to double block it, I get 2 Cudgels, and that's a pretty good deal for me. Thank you for all of the Cudgels, sir. Oh, that was disgusting. Assembly line, Oni Ronin. I wish I had more mirror images to play with, because that would be pretty exciting. I think I'll just make, make a 5/7. And stay mostly put? I guess I could put a Stone Cudgel on this for defensive purposes. That was a pretty good blowout. Mirror Image has great interactions with Predator's Instinct. And with Cobalt Acolytes. Oh. We're pretty glad we held on to that Film Stranger to unstable form. Sidereal Midnight. We got 3 colors, we got secret pages to make Temple Scribe work. I think this is probably keepable. It's a little bit weak because we don't have a 2-drop and we don't really have a 3-drop either, so like we're doing nothing for 3 turns. And then after that, maybe we play a Temple Scribe. But if we draw a time here, then we play a Temple Scribe down and we fix basically most of the problems with this hand. Hey, what do you know? Got another time, which we don't need now, but, you know, it's okay. For the secret pages, we're going to go for blue, because we need triple blue for Magus of Mist. And I'll go ahead and attack into this. I'm guessing at 3 he's got, like, Amethyst Acolyte, so it'd be good to try and secure that. Oh, we got 3 colors. Interesting. Alright. 3rd blue. We keep our shadow hidden until we get our Beast Colors amulet. Oh, it's apparently really cold in this room. My nose is running. Well, it sucks that we didn't draw anything to block that, because, yeah, that's going to be a problem. He's going to get 2 attacks out of it, unless we get, like, a 5-drop or something. That's a pretty sizable buff. Okay, Dormant Sentinel is active. Please don't have a Finest Hour. Alright. Well, if I unstable form that, it becomes a 5-drop. It's gonna be probably too much for me to handle. Let me give this flying. We'll get ourselves a 4-drop. And we'll finally get rid of that thing. Okay, and then we'll hold on to the other unstable form for Magus. Double Stone Scar Magus is pretty rough. I could transform this into something cool. Don't think I should, though. Stone Scar Magus is actually not a problem for me because I have Steward. Whip. I can't deal with that. I don't think I have an answer to that at all. I could give it a morph, but it'd very likely become bigger and scarier. Alright, lethal it is. Well, unfortunate. You played Navani Warsinger, Sidariel? I mean, yeah, I guess you were talking about this deck. Cool. All right. Yeah, no, we didn't have any good mid-range units to block Navani. And once we played down the late game and you had Rapid Shot. Good game, though. Our hand was fairly weak. We didn't have, like, an early game of any kind. And I guess you got all your influence hits? You played it all right. It was all good. Stone Scar into Sky Snapper. Is that good enough to keep? I kind of like the 5-power hand here, because we actually do have, like, a good amount of development, and this fixes for all of our stuff. Amber Acolyte's not super useful here, but it does help us get up to the 7 drops. Can you make a 5-drop at 3? It could be False Prince. But I think we're going to play it safe and just assume that it's not there. Oh, I probably should have put down Sky Snapper anyways, though. You want to block here? Okay. Well, that's a load off my mind. Trading a 2-drop for an Amber Acolyte is really what Amber Acolyte always wants to do, even if it's not a very good statted 2-drop. Alright. Just gonna clear that out of the way to get Serpent Trainer a little bit of breathing room. He plays another one, I'm very sad about life, but... Oh wow, Steelfang Chakram. That's a nuts card. That's gonna be tough to beat. We'll have to play our blue here. Whatever he plays is gonna have Steelfang Chakrams. I don't think we have like a silence effect or anything going on here. want to trade for as much of his stuff as I can. We hold on to our power for overwhelms and other stuff. Got your 2/6. Yeah, I'll probably block there. Oh, good. Magus is definitely a card I want to see in this situation. I can't just sit tight, I have to go after him. He likewise can't go all in on me, because that would put him out of business. Oh good, that's exactly what I want to see. Double up our legendaries here. Got him. Alright, last diamond chest. Getting all 3 diamond chests is pretty important for setting up our early decks, so pretty excited. Isn't mirroring the 6/6 better? It depends, Berlumsky. In draft, I think it's better to mirror the Magus, because there's just not that many things that are going to kill the Magus. And, like, that's a situation where if he attacks, I actually might want to double block, once with the Magus and once with the dragon. Yeah, in Constructed, it's entirely correct to mirror another 6/6, because the 6/6 isn't linked. But in Draft, I think it's better to mirror the Magus, unless you're pretty confident that they're going to have some sort of removal spell. Also, I have 2 unstable forms, so, you know, if I draw either one of... If I draw it, then I get to morph 2 Maguses, which is always nice. Okay. This hand's a little bit weird. It's kind of a decision of, like, when I want to unstable form Initiate, if I want to unstable form Initiate. I think the answer is I just want to block that 1/2, or that 2/1. Okay, Amber Acolyte's a pretty good card here. We've got 3 blue, we've got 2 yellow, we've got all the purple we need, so just grab whatever. I guess a 3rd yellow. I don't think there's anything that needs 3 yellow, but might as well plan for the possible future. Crownwatch Cavalry is terrible here. Alright, cool. But actually not that terrible, because we block here. We're very sad about life. And next turn we're gonna Crownwatch Cavalry. Do you have another one of these? Wow, I hate your deck. I'm gonna second sight here, because I need some actual cards to play. Let's go with Towering Terrazon, sure. Are we done with the rapid shots now? Good. Powering Terrazon looks great here. I could morph it into a 6-drop. That might be a little greedy. I was going to Dark Return Crown Watch Cavalry, but considering the way that his deck is oriented, I'm probably going to want a flyer instead. I'm just not comfy attacking yet. There's too much damage on the board. Okay. We're still pretty out of this. Magus just saves us. Like, literally just. Oh, except that we didn't get a 1-drop. Oh, it didn't turn into something that wasn't flying. So we die anyways. What a bummer. No, this is Eternal Dakota Beast. Well, we get a diamond chest just for completing the draft. So that's a pretty good start. Nice, a shiny Ageless Mentor. That's a really cool card. And our prize is 2 diamond chests and a gold. I certainly can't complain about that. Plenty of coins. Along with another, like, couple of packs. I think that's 191, so we got 4 more packs to open. Calderan Channelers, Cambrai Strangers. Yeah, some decent stuff here. Righteous Fury is a really fun, like, final card to be playing. We got our first Dawnwalker. That's a really good card to have. That's a super important rare for us. A little bit worse now after the nerf, but Enlightened Stranger is pretty solid. I think we're gonna be fine with that. Yeah, Lord Rock, we got a... And finally, Thunderstrike Dragon. Yeah, we got a number of, No, it's not real money. We got a percentage of the packs that we played in closed beta. Like, a fairly small percentage, even. And I opened probably over 2,000 packs. So, when we came into open beta, I ended up being one of the people with the most packs available. Like, there are only a couple of other people who have this many, I think. But I'm not playing them right now because I'm trying to do some, like, basically just, you know, some starter games for, like, new people where we're just playing with, like, the basics of the sets, and we're just trying to, like, advance up the ladder with a budget. And we'll open these packs later and expand our collection then. Is it 8%? 8%. Okay, so 187 packs at 8%. What is that? So we can actually calculate how many packs we've got. Cortana, you're very annoying. There we go. So 187 divided by 8%. 0.08. So 2,337 and a half packs. So we opened 2,338 packs and in closed beta, and as a result, we get some of them back. Alright, anyways, so what did we get out of there that we can actually use? We've got Combre Progress going on right here, so we could actually run like a kind of fun Combre deck, right? We've got Predator's Instinct. We could try to get Predator's Instinct Dawnwalker going. There's 4 Desert Marsh. There's 4 Temple Scribes in here, which could definitely go into the deck. I'm sure we've got some sort of quest for it, right? Where are the quests at? We get a gold chest if we win 5 games with a Time Justice deck. We've gotten our first Duelist quest, and we still have to complete a Gauntlet to get Survivor going. Alright, well, I'm not too interested in the Gauntlet, but the second Free Forge is kind of nice. We'll have to do that later. So let's go ahead and get the Combre Progress deck into a place where we like it. It's got Towering Terrazons in here. Do we have Twin Brood Sauropod? I've got 1 Twin Brood Sauropod, and they cost 100 to make. I think I want 4 of them. What? No, I don't care about the deck image. Let's just... Alright. Okay, Pillar of Amar's in here as a... Wow. A late drop, apparently. We got Minotaur Ambassadors in here. Civic Peacekeepers can come out. Champion of Progress is probably fine with 2 Minotaur Ambassadors in here. And if we're running enough Combre Strangers... Are we running Combre Strangers? How are we running a Champion of Progress deck without Combre Strangers? Alright. And then we're going to want Predator's Instincts. And Predatory Carnosaur is definitely an in, because that's just an amazing card to have this early. Play Dawnwalker. Alright, so that's a big late game pile of stuff. Combre Magister also enables Dawnwalker. We'll cut 4th Tree Elder since it doesn't enable Dawnwalker. Our Desert Marshals are currently at 2. We could craft more of them, but I think that's probably going to be okay. Let's get the Valkyrie Enforcer in here, because there's always 1 in your Justice deck. So we can set that up. 2 Pillars of Amar seems greedy to me. That's pretty greedy. I think I'm going to cut that down. So Valkyrie Aspirants I'm not wild about. District Infantry are especially bad in this deck. Combre Banners would be fairly important. We want as many banners as we can get. They only cost 50, so... These are probably the most recommended first craft for newbies. We've got 4 Seeks in here, right? Yeah, okay. We're good there. I could also craft some more Combre Strangers. I think 2 is probably fine. Although Champion of Progress certainly wouldn't mind having more. I'm going to cut the Magisters. I like Xenon Guardians just fine. I think Karmic Guardian's quite strong here, but we don't really have much in terms of weapons. We've got 3 Gilded Glaives. We've got a Safe Return, which we don't care about. Sanctuary Priests come out for sure. They're a fairly bad card in the deck. We need more weapons for Karmic Guardian. What kind of weapons do we have in Combre? Ornamental Daggers, Healer's Cloak, which is already in here? Okay, yeah, with Healer's Cloak, that's actually okay. I could run Tinker Apprentices, but I think that's probably not good enough. Stalwart Shield's fine. Alright, we'll go with that. 2 Karmic Guardians with 2 Healer's Cloaks and 3 Gilded Glaives seems solid. Scorpion Wasps are fine. Copper Conduit's okay. This is almost a decent deck. We just gotta cut some cards now. Maybe just cut those Towering Terrazons out. And a Guardian or 2. What's the curve look like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Pretty heavy on the 3 drops, but otherwise pretty strong. Early drops are reasonable. Late drops are good. We have a lot of power in here. I believe it's 29 power at the moment with 4 Seek power. That's a lot of power to be playing. Let's cut some of that for Secret Pages. Especially since Secret Pages is such a good card in this deck. And what else can we run? Amber Acolyte? We've got all 4 of them in here already? Okay. How about Talir? Talir's favored. None of those are in the deck. Let's just cut 4 time sigils for those. Okay. And Cambrai Progress is now broken because we don't have enough power in it. Alright, we'll cut one of those and maybe cut a Healer's Cloak? I'd cut a Healer's Cloak. Alright. That should be a good enough modification to the deck. Okay, Seat, Cambrai, Justice, Cambrai Healers. We got Talir's favored here. Yeah, this looks pretty good. We play Banner first because we don't have anything to play on turn 1, so it doesn't matter if the power is depleted. Next up is Talir's Favor, which gets us another Time Sigil. Excellent. We're moving into Cambrai Healer next. Or Amber Acolyte if we want to make sure that we have 5 power. But we don't need to ensure that until next turn, so... Go ahead and make our 2/5. Cambrai Banner's great. Attack for 2 here. Really glad to get that Scorpion Wasp out of his hand. We'll see what's in the late game for him. Grabbing more power. Looks like he's got the Elysian quest. And hey, it's Static Bolt. Alright. Twin Brood Sauropod comes down. Our first big dude. He's unfortunately very lightning strikeable. Oh, we got it? We got another Wasp. I think I like Awakened Student here. I'm not really sure what his deck's actually trying to play, so I'm going to hold on to the Valkyrie Enforcer in case I need it. Excavating Static Bolts. Do we have a Carpet Shuffle going on? Well, that pretty badly damages his card state, so he's going to have a lot less removal spells available. I really want to build my own Carpet Shuffle deck. Hopefully we'll have the stones for it pretty quick here. Alright, someone's getting excited. Could just play Displacer down now. I don't see any reason why not. We're trying to overwhelm an Eye of Winter deck now. And it doesn't have Harsh Rule or anything, so... Alright. Well, fine. Guess I'll play a Dawnwalker here. An interesting stun choice. I assume he's trying to attack now? What's the play here? Timekeeper's an interesting choice. Get that out of the way. Dawnwalker Killer's not as good a combo as it used to be, because when it plays back from the void, it becomes exhausted. But I'm still going to be able to renew that for a pretty sizable amount of damage. I'm only swinging for 4 this turn, but I'm more or less in control of this game. Considering how much early decks are going to be relying on cards like Permafrost to get their removal going, like, a lot of early blue is going to have to use Permafrost, a lot of early Elysian. I think there's going to be a lot of stun in the meta that wouldn't otherwise be here, so Infinite Hourglass might actually be a reasonable pick as a one-of. We got 800 Shift Stones for winning our ranked match, so that's good news. Let's see here. What else do we want to do here? Anything we want to change, really? I'm pretty excited by this overall. Is Infinite Hourglass a rare? It's just an uncommon. Yeah, let's make one. Not a super important card, but I'm kind of intrigued. I think that might be pretty helpful. Give that a run up through the ranks. So Primal Fury has channeled the Tempest in it already. What other cards are we going to need? We have access to a few second sights. We drafted quite a bit of Elysian. We'll need Excavates, which I think may be rares. They might actually be uncommons. And Elysian Trailblazer is definitely an uncommon, so... yeah, we might actually have enough Shift Stones to just build a Carpet Shuffle deck after this. Ombre Banner. Amber Acolyte. Gilded Glaive. Grimfan's like a long-time closed beta player, so it's pretty likely he's gonna have like a decent collection of cards here. See, people are running schemes. I'm really not sure what to make of that card yet. I assume it's really good. Let's go ahead and go with Amber Acolyte. We could make it to 7 for Pillar without playing Minotaur Ambassador. That would be better. I'm gonna have to play Combre Stranger here and stay put. No Flash Freeze, that's good. I'm curious if he'll try to, like, levitate here at some point. Alright. There's not much I can do here. I don't want to play Gilded Glaive down if I don't have to. We'll probably have to play Minotaur Ambassador because the board is not developed enough. Suffocate's fine here. He loses both of his dudes. Minotaur Ambassador doesn't really make an influence on this board. And we can play it on 7 as a surprise with a Predator's Instinct, so I think we're going to be okay. Alright, Combre Healer. A very solid card in this matchup. And then we play Pillar of Amar with a power, and hopefully we get to Minotaur Ambassador after. He's playing Privilege with Herald Song. Do we have Harsh Rule in this deck, Grimfan? Is this recurring nightmare.deck, Grimfan? Okay. So I have to stay pretty defensive here, and it's kind of obnoxious. But if I keep trading cards here and he just doesn't have an answer, eventually this is going to come out in my favor. Aura the Fate Touched makes this pretty problematic. Not a lot I can do about that card. But I have my own 5/5s. Okay, Vara's silence. That's good news for me. Would have liked to have held on a little bit longer, but let's put some Gilded Glaives down where they can do work. Now, you might have the harsh rule now. We did overplay into harsh rule, but, you know, like, okay. I was hoping that the early meta would still be including some, like, decks that didn't have a lot of decent cards. Oh well, I think we can't win this one now. We don't have harsh rules ourselves. Champion of Progress is maybe gonna help us out here? Nah. Okay. Let's see if we can build Carpet Shuffle. We've got 1,000 shift zone. That should be enough to get started. Primal Fury's available. We've got Channel the Tempest in here. It's 800 to create a second one, so we can just use Island Queen of the Wilds as our second one for the moment. Thunderstrike Dragon will be a bit good to include as we get set up. Skycrag Wyvark might actually be reasonable. We'll see about it. Put you in for now, Wyvark. The cards that I need the most are Static Bolts, which are common. And I have none of them. Cool. Yeah. How's it going, Scarlatch? I am thoroughly enjoying your game. I hope that everyone else is too. Second Sight, what have we got? We got 2 of them so far, so we'll craft 2 more. And then we need Excavates, and we need Elysian Trailblazers. Excavates are uncommons. Wait, no, okay. I was like, 1,600? That seems a little excessive for an uncommon. Alright. We're not opening our packs yet, Lemon Tarts. We're holding on to them until we have, like, you know, achieved a little bit of, like, success in ladder just in the early game. Let's see here. So what have we got left? Cloudsnake Hatchlings need to come out. For sure. Elysian Trailblazer. That's the card I really want. I think I can run 3 of her. Be nice to have a couple more cards here, but we'll live with that. Okay. Let's look at our blue-yellow. What do we need to run? Elysian Banner will help. Seed, of course. Cut power for now. Okay, we got island, we got channel, we need 4 Seeks. So, what else? Dawnwalkers, Clockroaches. Clockroaches are an okay card with their Echo ability, but probably not anything we're going after here. Scorpion Wasp is a good removal card for early game. I don't know if we have access to a lot of other better ones at the moment. Xenon Obelisk I don't care about so much. We don't need to splash too much into yellow, do we? Predatory Carnosaur might be okay. That's a triple yellow splash. I think it's probably better to hold on to the back. Okay, we got Lightning Strikes, we got Scorpion Wasps. Ice Sprites are in here at the moment. I guess that's okay. I don't really like Mirror Image in here, but we'll have to live with that for now. There's 1 Crystallize in the deck. We can run like Magus Unstable as we're getting set up. That's a reasonable starter. I don't know if we have any like Eastwind Heralds here. Okay, so the Thunderstrike Dragons are at 2 at the moment. That's fine. Primal Incarnations are currently at 5. Yep, gonna have to live with that. Wisdom of the Elders need to be at 4. I don't have access to push onwards anymore, so that's gonna make this actually a little bit more difficult. Let's grab Levitates. We have Violent Gusts? No. Okay. We'll cut Scaly Gruins. We'll cut Thunderbirds, probably. Could roll in Serpent Trainers if we needed to. Or Yeti Snowslingers, or... Yeah, the lack of push onward is going to make Carpet Shuffle actually quite a bit more difficult. I don't know if I have access to Ancient Lore either. I'm pretty sure it's a rare, and I don't think we have one yet. Huh. We could run Dispel. One of Dispel seems like a good idea. Temple Scribe. Temple Scribe will get us a little bit of draw. And a little bit of health gain. Cut the Thunderbirds. Cut some more Frostkins if we can. Okay. Alright. That's a good start. Predator's Instinct doesn't really come in. Jotun Hurler's doing what he can. Primal Incarnation is gonna have to be good enough for now. I could run Taler's Favored to fix up power a little bit more. Oh, we don't have enough power yet. Okay. So we can cut like a lot more stuff then. Frostkin comes out. Primal Incarnation comes out. Let's go ahead and add power until we have 29. It's 13 and 7. Okay, Crystallize probably comes out. Mirror Image comes out. Dispel comes out. Cobalt Acolytes come out. We need Permafrosts, but we don't have them yet. There's 4 Islands Favor in the deck at the moment. With 4 Islands Favor and 4 Seek Power, I'm pretty comfy there. Wyvart comes out. Dragons probably stay in. They're a pretty good late game card here. How's our early game? Without Permafrost, removal's a little bit light. But with 4 Scorpion Wasp and 2 Ice Sprites, 4 Lightning Strikes, the Ice Sprites might need to come out soon too. Where can you find the decks I exported from yesterday? I haven't put them up anywhere yet, but we were using eternaldex.cards, and if you want the King of Fanatics deck, you just need to Google my YouTube, the Clockroach decks. We did a video on King of Fanatics there, and I believe that the list isn't there. Maybe not. Maybe it's just Hero and Crown Roaches. But it should be on eternaldex.cards under my name as well. Alright. Cut 2 islands. Let's call that good for... well, I kind of want to keep the islands up and use my Magus, since my card quality is still pretty low. We've got like 2 unstable forms, so that's kind of fun. But what would we cut then? Polymorph is probably worth keeping. Go to 2 of those. Maybe roll 1 less Excavate, maybe. Or 1 less Temple Scribe. Temple Scribe's a fairly hard card to hit. Alright, let's try that. Okay, Seed of Wisdom, Seek Power, Temple Scribe. Looking good. How's our friends list? Yeah, it looks like we've got everybody. I've got to go through this and delete a bunch of people. Okay, so I have access to Temple Scribe here. Maybe I should have gone for the blue for Wisdom. Second Sight's a really good card for me here. Rinny's playing Rakano. What's first day Rakano look like? I'd still expect Crown Watch Paladin. Nope. Back here, see if we get a block. Wishful thinking. I'll bolt that. Since it's got quick draw, it's a pretty scary card. Second Sight seems right here to buff the Static Bolt if we can. And we can swing. Probably play Ice Sprite to lock that down, since it's not really something I want to hit with a 5 damage Static Bolt. We'll see. Oh, that's really dumb. It's just gonna get Endurance from the green. That was a really bad play, guys. I'm sorry. As soon as he gets a second green, that gets Endurance and it's done. Alright, well he torched the Ice Sprite anyways, so I guess we're okay. Ugh. We're not playing very well tonight. That's okay. Goodness, a 6/6. Okay. Morning Star is a nasty piece of work here. I still can't Static Bolt it to death. I can throw Scorpion Wasps in front of it and throw Temple Scribe in front of it. But it's got Overwhelm, so that doesn't help either. The fact that it has Quick Draw is really, really bothersome here. Yeah, and double blocking doesn't work because it's still got Quick Draw. I need another Scorpion Wasp. Or something. This is not ideal. Yeah, that card's out of control. Now it ain't. Now it's a frog, with Overwhelm still though, so not quite what we needed. Close though. Alright. Was there some debug text in that? Did you guys see that? Looked like the text was too small on that one. What was that? It was the draw 100 cards, expand your mind, something or other? Okay. We have to restart and grind all over again or chat. What are we talking about here? Okay, so looking pretty good. Completed achievement that had some tiny text at the top. Okay, so there might be some debug text in there. All right. What's next? What's next? Copper Conduit's a possible play here. Temple Scribe is a card that is just fine, I think. Polymorph stays. I don't think I change much about this deck. I'd eventually want to get rid of Ice Sprites. Okay, hand has some potential. It's a little bit weird. I love the Magus here. I like that it's got Wisdom and Temple Scribes, but it can't play any of those cards unless I draw power. Second Sight gives us a very good chance of getting either our second blue or our second yellow fairly early. So I think we'll go for this. Oh, I should have played the Time Sigil first. That was a mistake. Didn't get anything special here, but Temple Scribes are now available. Looks like we got some Stone Scar, but I haven't actually seen anything played yet. Rather than play Temple Scribe into Avara's favor, I think I'm going to Wisdom of the Elders here. Then we'll double Temple Scribe next turn. Nice. Pretty good deal. We got our Static Bolt. We have a hold of Magus of the Mist. Go ahead and bolt that. Grab some more time. Island's Favor protects our hand. We hold on to our blue spells as much as we can. Where'd Twitch chat go? Alright. Yeah, you get 8% of the cards that you lost during the wipe back. We've always known that there was going to be a wipe. So I have like 187 packs waiting for me if I want them, but I'm actually more interested in trying to do this from the beginning. And opening up those packs once we get to Master. Alright, sad day. Poor Magus. He has been burnt. We got lots of Amethyst Acolytes here. Should I play Scorpion Wasp and respond to this? I'm actually worried about some of these cards getting Quick Draw. If they get Quick Draw, then Scorpion Wasp can't respond to them? Which is, you know, bad news for me. I fear this deck runs Combust, but I think Island's right here. Alright, it does run Combust. We really need to get our hands on a Channel the Tempest for this deck. Okay. Well, sorry to hear that, Sims. We got 2 legendaries in our draft, so we're feeling okay about legendaries for the moment. Okay, we got Excavate. Excavate can fetch back Eileen. Seems like a pretty good deal if I actually get some spells. I could also fetch back Wisdom and just draw some new cards. Oh, that's pretty gross. Well, I could Excavate a Lightning Strike, but I don't think that puts me in a very good position. Might be okay to ambush with the Scorpion Wasp. Since I get to attack in, and then... Yeah, okay. This isn't unreasonable. Everyone's got decks full of good cards. What's up with this? Everybody else opened up all their packs. I'm feeling really sad about that. I'll Excavate. Grab Eileen. I don't think it's gonna help me too much, but... What's the target? Unstable form. Yeah, morph that sucker. Still a 9/5, alright. Well, that's game. It is a handicap. I mean, it's a very deliberate handicap. We're just, you know, hoping to get a little bit better results than this. Alright, what are we running? Thunderstrike Dragon's still in. We don't have anything extra. I could go for one more draft. I've got another free draft, and I've got a gauntlet for a free forge. Is that right? Oh, I've got 11,000 coins, so I can actually draft as much as I like. We don't want to, like, overdraft here. Like, the idea is not to play, like, a lot of good drafts and use that to get up to ranked. We're trying to build sort of a fairly cheap deck. But I could, like, open up 10 packs with gold, which I'm maybe not all that into. We've got our one free gauntlet, right? That's going to give us a free forge? Yeah. That'd actually give us like a decent amount of extra stuff. Sure, let's play Carpet Shuffle against the gauntlet for a bit. Show off the gauntlet, do a little bit more newbie intro for people who are watching who are newbies. I'm going to change the name of the stream to show that newbies and folks are welcome. Cool. All right. So what are we up to? We got Primal Time, Second Sight with Island's Favor. Yeah, lots of good stuff here. I think without Push Onward in the deck, we actually want to be running 4 Elysian Trailblazers. The lack of Push Onward actually makes it fairly hard for Carpet Shuffle to do its thing. What do I think of Bloodright Callus now that it's rare instead of a legendary? I think it's going to be a lot of fun in draft. Beyond that, like, it hasn't changed or anything, so... It's still the same card it always was. Yeah, there's some really interesting, fun token strategies going on in Draft that I think are going to be, like, pretty heavily supported. Alright, I'm going to seek power here. We'll just do that again. Keep putting static bolts up. Don't know what the Enlighten's playing yet. Oh good, starting it off strong with Oasis Sanctuary. Life gain cards are of course not a particularly good setup, so should be able to secure this pretty easily. I'd really like to Staff of Stories here, but if I don't draw power, then I'll have to Isle-Winds instead. Alright. Well, I've got 5 damage here that turns into another 12. But I guess my opponent's at 35 right now, so I'm going to have to be pretty careful about how I spend my stuff. Let's go ahead and... I'll have to bolt that. Alright, we'll play Staff of Stories down here since it's an empty board. Get ourselves the big card advantage going. My opponent is running Decay. That's fine, we have an Aegis, so we're gonna be okay. Got a second Decay in there, I'm really sad. Alright, clearly the computer thinks that Decay is a bad card. Magus of the Mist is perfectly strong here. Gonna be a pretty sick card against this deck in particular. Attack with my 6/6. We'll Static Bolt that. We'll end our turn. Unstable Form depairs the Magus of the Mist from its Illusionary Dragon. One of my favorite / least favorite changes of the patch. Let's see here. I'm missing Push Onward Sorely. Alright, let's see here. What do we do with favorites? Let's see here. There's a lot of new cards to play with, and the draft landscape is radically different. I think that that's pretty cool. I'm a little disappointed that the pack rewards weren't doled out more slowly. Like, I think it's kind of weird that, like, at this point, everyone just has, like, a huge percentage of extra packs, and, like, there's so many people online right now who are just running, you know, like, pretty good decks with stuff that they've been able to build just off of their packs. Like, I don't know, that was weird for me. I love some of the new card art. I really don't like that Sandform was replaced with a card that has a bad name and the bad art from Gemini Ritual. I would have just kept it Sandform and gotten rid of the Gemini Ritual art completely. Hello, Champion of Progress. You're a scary card if I don't have 4 Scorpion Wasps. But as it is, I happen to have 4 Scorpion Wasps. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think if you'd been, like, upfront about, like, doing that right away, like, just done it sort of the way that it was done. Yeah, anyways, I don't know. It's interesting. It's kind of a Shark Tank right now, and I'm a little disappointed because I wanted to just do the whole thing over again, to some effect, and then, like, get the packs later on. But, yeah, so that's a little sad for me as someone who's coming back into the game. Yeah, this is Gauntlet. We're playing our Gauntlet so we can get our free forge. We're trying to rebuild stuff. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and go for... Oh, I don't know. Can excavate a Static Bolt? I guess I can just play some Thunderstrike Dragons. I've got a Temple Scribe to block with, so we're gonna be okay. We gotta discard something. Discard one of these wasps. Look at that delightful 1818. The enlightened is truly enlightened. Okay, is this lethal? It's pretty close. Exact. Good stuff. Yeah. I like some of the new cards a lot. I'm curious about Feln Cauldron. It looks very interesting. I liked a lot. I think there were not really any balance changes that I thoroughly disagree with. I think the thing that I think is my absolute favorite balance change, of course, and you probably know this, Scarlatch, is I am so glad that Champion of Cunning has been changed. I really despise that card. It frustrated me every time it was played. Alright, this is okay. The new visual effects are super nice. The game looks fantastic. I'm hoping to see more lore-related stuff soon. Let's see here. What else are we up to? Static Bolt's here? I don't know. I don't think I need to remove Taler's Favored yet. Health gain's kind of annoying for a Carpet Shuffle style deck, so yeah. There are a couple of cards that are gone that I'm gonna really miss. Hopefully some of them come back. Dimensional Rift, Coup de Grace. I'm gonna miss Retribution, even though I was never able to make it work. Have a good stream, Scarletch. Or have a good night. Have a good night. Okay, it's we've been playing for a while. Hopefully we're not gonna get quite this derpy. Hey-ho! Static Bolt, that? Sure. And we'll probably just stab the stories after this. I think we chose the long way around the Gauntlet deck. I'm gonna stop this and go back to some ranked in a second. We'll only play this bit in installments because, yeah, Students of Time is like... This deck in general is just very, very slow. It's a pretty slow approach to a Gauntlet deck. But we do have total control over what's going on. That's nice. Draw a billion cards. Probably just play Magus here. That should put us in pretty good shape. What you gonna do, students? I doubt you have ambush units in yellow. Well, my Static Bolts all do 5 now, so if I can just hit a couple of them, we'll win. So we'll draw 2 cards. This is an unstable form? Channel, nice. We'll draw a few more cards than 2 cards. We'll levitate here. Island duplicates something. Draws some cards, cool. I got too many cards to hold now, though. Let's levitate again. Let's Static Bolt first. 5 damage to the face. Second Sight puts a card from my hand on top of my deck. I guess Thunderstrike Dragon? Although we're gonna draw it and discard it, so that's a little bit ugly. Levitate again. Oh, we've won anyways. Is this Mirror Image? Unstable form. There's nothing I want to unstable form here. I guess that. Okay, cool. Goofy times. Loads of fun. Alright, we'll finish up this gauntlet later. Let's go back to ranked. I want to get my Carpet Shuffle deck done at some point, but Champion of Chaos got a new art. I didn't see the new art for Champion of Chaos. What's going on? Amber Acolyte has Nomad Healer's art, which is fine. Champion of Chaos. Oh, it's crafting. Oh. That doesn't look too bad. It's a different type of card. Not sure I dig it. Another cleavage machine. Alright. We'll have to see how it looks in color. Yeah, I'm not sure what drives the art direction. Okay, so Seat, Primal, Islands, Wisdom. Super glad to have access to Jotun Hurler this early on. This is another card that I'd craft more than one of for the deck. Let's go with blue here. We're gonna Wisdom, I think. Rakano Outlaw steals a march on us. We need lightning storms, or else we're not going to be able to deal with all this early stuff. Do nothing here. You want a Finest Hour? Okay. Yeah, that sucks. Well, Jotun Hurler's gonna be fine here. We'll see if he's got Vanquish. Be a pretty strange card for him to have this early. Torch. There's a lot of war cries going on here. I don't dig it. That seemed a bit premature as far as draws go. Alright, I'm gonna excavate... I don't know, a Lightning Strike or a Jotun Hurler? Jotun Hurler's the card that I think is pretty solid here. Then we seek power. Throw a snowball at his face. And we'll have Jotun Hurler for later. Maybe that wasn't a necessary excavate, but it certainly seemed fine. And what have you actually got in the bank? Find out someday soon. Let's play Jotun Hurler down. Static Bolt face? Yeah, I can waste a Static Bolt here. That's terrifying. Don't have a real answer to that card yet. We'll probably just have to take 10 this turn. Yeah, I'm gonna take some of these other blocks. Now I've got to block that 10-10. Good wisdom. That's something I need pretty badly. Guess we'll just zap that. See what we get. Alright. Well, the 10-10 was not quite surmountable. If I hadn't run my excavate out early, I think I would have survived. Do we have any early blue spells that we're not playing right now? Are we missing Lightning Storm? No, we're not missing Lightning Storm. Mirror Image doesn't come in. Okay, I think I'm pretty satisfied with this deck for the moment. I want to get Lightning Storms and Permafrosts in here. And I want to get a second Channel the Tempest in here. The Permafrosts should come first, I think. Oh, yeah, I mean, they switch art all the time, or at least they did until they move into open beta. I assume they won't switch art after this. Epsilon Knot. What are we up to? Redrawing. Seed of Wisdom, Wisdom of the Elders. We got Ice Sprite. We have 3 Excavates. That's really ugly. I might actually have to start excavating Wisdom here, just so that I get some better cards. 3 Excavate's a really bad hand. Be nice if I had, like, Harsh Rule or something. Good luck, Epsilon. 75. Alright. 75 viewers online right now. Nice. Good stuff. Oh, sweet. Static Bolt. That's a card that I want to see in a 3 Excavate hand, I think. Let's play Ice Sprite here. Odds are pretty good Epsilon's got a torch in there somewhere, but... you know, it's fun. Champion of Chaos is pretty rough. I'm gonna Wisdom here. Good, we got a Time Sigil. That's something I desperately need now. That's too much damage too early. Okay, that'll work out for us. Static Bolt. Followed by an Elysian Banner. So that puts us at 5. We really need those permafrosts, guys. I have to say. We're getting stomped here. I take 8 here, and if he's got a rapid shot, I die. But I draw both these static bolts. One of them does 5, one of them does 4. And we live! Smuggler Stash is fine here, because we have Excavates up the wazoo, and Excavate Elysian Trailblazer gets us everything we need. Like, we'll be stuck managing problems for a while. But if he doesn't play a unit this turn, that actually puts me in a good position. Grab the 5 damage bolt. Give it Echo. And yeah, we're just gonna burn the world down here. Torch is fine. And Morningstar costs 4, right? So if he plays Champion of Chaos here, I just bolt it. Plus I have extra health from Staff of Stories. This is gonna go okay. Okay, so 7 damage here. 7 damage here. And we'll have to excavate them next turn if he plays anything new. Do I want to just ignore that Life Drinker? I kind of do, because I really just need to kill units here. Like, I want to draw another power if I can. Cool. Yeah, that puts us in a pretty good spot. The Static Bolt allows me to control any units he plays. Furnace Mage pops my Aegis, which is bad. Because now he can actually, like, torch me to death, and that's a problem? Like, a pretty serious one? Hey, thank you for the follow. Dies Wide Open. I love the name. That's a pretty good one. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so... Alright. Didn't quite get there. Still, we're having some fun here. Let's see here. So we've got 22, no extras. Oh, I can just buy a pack or two, because I have like 11,000. So let's just get a pack or two so we can get some more uncommons in here. Store? Store. Yeah, we've got a lot of money to work with. General Azalea? And a legendary, nice. A treasury gate, even. Cute. Okay, cool. Well, I'm not planning on building armory anytime soon, but that extra stuff should get us going. Yeah, Lone Gunman, we have a bunch of packs that we were given essentially as like a bonus for playing in the closed beta. I'm not going to use them because I just want to do like sort of a newbie, like just build a deck and play a free-to-play round up to master. And then once that happens, we'll do a big opening of all the packs. So yeah, Permafrost. Is that a rare or an uncommon? It's an uncommon. How about Lightning Storm? Lightning Storm is probably a common. No, I think it is an uncommon as well. Based on like the equipment heavy meta I'm seeing, I'm gonna want to run Permafrosts. So let's get 2 of them in here. And we don't have enough to make a Levitate. I don't have any extra Levitates, so that's a bummer. Alright. Anything that we... What do we cut here? Ice Sprites. Cut the Ice Sprites. People are gonna run Stone Scar, we're gonna run some Permafrosts. People are liking Combat Tricks secret pages quite a bit. That's good. Yeah, being able to do a lot of like crazy empowers is really nice. The thing that's really nice about that is that it makes Combre Magister a playable card at last. Like it's going to be a 5/2 that can be given invulnerable to damage whenever it gets torched. That's really cool. All right, be right back, folks. Ooh. Okay. Second sight here? Yeah, we'll second sight at the end of turn. Did I miss a turn here? I think I did. Alright. Well, Elysian Banner doesn't fix our problem of that thing being a Gorgon fanatic. But at the same time, like, him having a pile of cards is probably not the worst of my problems. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I will have to discard here. So let's excavate? Yeah, let's grab a second sight. I know I'll want that back in my deck at some point. And it gets me extra Thunderstrike Dragons, which is a pretty good deal. Alright, we're at 9 here, so we'll be able to Wisdom of the Elders at the end of turn. I'm not sure what Grimfan's playing. But he has all of these cards and isn't able to play anything. We saw what he was playing earlier and it had Harsh Rules in it, so let's play a bunch of Thunderstrike Dragons. and just see if he goes crazy. Looks like his deck is full of removal. I really wish I had my lightning strikes. There are 4 of them in the deck, so we should actually be okay against Haunting Scream. But him getting all of those cards is actually pretty detrimental to us now. Alright, Permafrost is helpful. It's not the greatest card in my arsenal. I'm gonna grab a yellow here and play a Thunderstrike Dragon. Really curious what his plan is here. Is it like Recurring Nightmare? Okay. If I go for that attack, I mean, he's got Haunting Screams, right? So maybe we just channel him. I played my power for the turn. Yeah, I'm just gonna channel him. You have Backlash in there, Grimfan? You playing like crazy Recurring Nightmare control stuff? Oh, he's gotta be playing Recurring Nightmare deck. That's a vicious deck to be playing against newbies. I don't know, I guess there's not that many newbies right now because it's, you know, mostly just a quiet open beta launch, but all the same. Let's toss the Time Sigil. Yeah, we'll toss the Time Sigil. Because I'm going to be seeking more of these Time Sigils out, and I want to, like, thin my deck out a bit more, so I'm not going to throw the Seeks. Permafrost. Wisdom. Seek. Seek. Time. And we can second sight at the end of turn if we want to. That's fine. I think I'm just going to turn that one into a frog. Finally got a Static Bolt. I'm going to put the Thunderstrike Dragon on top, though. And we're going to Excavate Channel here. So we channel. Alright, Levitates are good. So life's gonna be good here. Cool. There's some points. More of these games we can win, the better off we are. These Permafrosts are helping out quite a bit. It's nice to have the Ice Sprites out of the deck. That cuts pretty much all of the bad cards out of our deck, and now we have a pretty decent Carpet Shuffle archetype. People have Sandstorm Titans already? Alright. Alright, Seed of Wisdom, Primal Sigil, 2 Lightning Strikes, Temple Student. It's looking pretty good. Gamer Guy, what are we up to? That doesn't hurt me too badly. I lose a Thunderstrike Dragon, probably. But unless he hits all of them, I'm just going to keep duplicating those guys, so we'll be okay on that front. Oh man, Cabal Mastermind is out of the game now. Unstable Form doesn't unstable form into Mastermind anymore? Question is Gamer Guy going to equip that? I think he's not, so I'm pretty happy just Lightning Striking here. Finally, we get the time for Temple Scribe. Doesn't fix us up completely, but it's nice. Okay, we got Trailblazer. I'm tempted to just play that cold, but I'd really rather get a second sight first if I can. What are we gonna hit if we Elysian Trailblazer? It could hit a lot of different things. Card draw. Since I don't have much else to do this turn, I think I'm gonna go for that. No torch here. Are we gonna have an end of turn torch? Okay. Well, I don't like that very much. Fortunately, he did play out all of his power to get that happening, so we ended up with a pretty good deal. Yeah. We'll let him hit the 6/6 with his Stone Scar Maul if he feels like it. Ah, pop my Aegis too. Bummer. I'd ideally like to not play Thunderstrike Dragon. If we see another Stone Scar Maul, we have to. Let's morph that. That seems like a better card for you to have. Alright, Polymorph's not a bad deal. Not a good deal either. I'll play Thunderstrike Dragon now. Too bad. Can't treachery nonsense that isn't there. Should I attack here? I don't know, I think I'm in pretty good shape to just be defensive. Ouch. I will take that hit. Take it for the team. Polymorph there. Three, 2 attacking me. Walk the frog. Alright, didn't get much interesting, but we have Scorpion Wasp now, so... And Temple Scribe gets us a little health back, so that's a good deal. We got 3 Polymorphs in hand, so we can deal with anything that he plays that doesn't have charge. And we're going to be able to deal with Umbran Reapers as well. I think there's a risk of Magma Hounds in a red-purple deck like this, so I'm not going to attack. I think I'd rather take the 5, honestly. He's got torch, but everything getting flying in charge is entirely out of my capacity to deal. You got a Stone Scar Maul? You have a Champion of Chaos. That I don't care about as much. Might be like an Annihilate here. I'd assume there's only 2 of those 5/2 Soulfire Drakes. So let's push for damage. Please don't draw a torch. Did you get it? Got him. Ooh, close one. All right. Okay. It's a pretty good start. Got a bold adventurer out of the common pile. We actually need to pay attention to those because they're going to be relevant cards. Yeah, 300,000 polymorphs is where it's at, gamer guy. Good game. Wow. Some life gain might not be out of the question here. Oh, Nomad Healer is no longer a card that exists. So I can't actually run that. What else could I do? Well, his hand has Second Sight, Static Bolt, and 3 power, so I think we keep it. Again, we run into the problem of like maybe not being able to hit Temple Scribes. We really need to get these banners in here at some point. Time Grad Time, play a Temple Scribe to block the Ticking Grenadin. Seems like a pretty good deal. Mocha Coke. What are you playing, Mocha Coke? Playing something with Obsidian Golems in it. Alright. Well, Scorpion Wasp makes Obsidian Golems less threatening. We can actually kill them and not be afraid of whatever it is that gets equipped. Although if it's Champion of Chaos, I'm not very happy about life. Yeah, I wouldn't have run Cocoon and Carpet Shuffle anyways. No blocks there. Alright, there's definitely some damage coming across at me. I didn't play my Primal. Oh, what am I doing today? Alright. I'm taking damage, that's what I'm doing. Alright. So we're gonna go ahead and Static Bolt here. Then we're going to Lightning Strike whatever it is that he puts the Obsidian Golem armor on. Outland Sniper's interesting. I think now I just Lightning Strike there. Decent amount of damage coming across at me. Let's play down a Lycian Trailblazer. That way we get an Echo card that we can Second Sight. And we'll be able to Scorpion Wasp next turn pretty easily. Yeah, I don't have access to refresh. I don't have access to... Oh, no, refresh is gone. For sure. 4/4 attacker. We could largely ignore. Yeah, let's ignore it. This turn's fine for ignoring it. What else you got? Alright, it's Frog Day again. What a bummer. I'm gonna throw Scorpion Wasp down in front of this 4/4 first. But then I'm gonna polymorph a bunch of frogs out of these ticking grenadins, because that'll save me some health. Okay. Grabbing Outland Sniper back. Outland Sniper kills the 2/2 now. We gotta be wary of that. Still gonna take some damage here. Outland Sniper kills my 2/2. Scorpion Wasp probably blocks Outland Sniper. Or I could turn Outland Sniper into a 3/3. Oh, it's nice to finally see something useful. Okay, Temple Scribe here. Gets me a little bit of extra health, gets me a good block. I've got Scorpion Wasp for the 3/3, and then I can play Thunderstrike Dragons. One after another. What are we up to, Mocha Coke? Another Outland Sniper. That's a problem. By Wisdom here, there's a chance that I draw a power and can therefore play other cards. I think I'm going to opt for Magus here. That should give me a good blocker. If he has Torch, he has Torch. He already has me dead anyways. Okay, 2 Obsidian Golems. We'd be really excited by a Lightning Storm right now, but it's still not in the deck, so... Get some more blockers up. Soul Collector's fine. We can do fine with that card. Alright, let's channel this guy. No excavates, which I would have dearly loved, but we'll live. Alright. Well, let's see here. Lightning storms, you know? Can we make them? If I open one more pack, I can, and I've got plenty of money to spend, so let's go ahead and pull one open. What is it? Store? Store. Packs. We'll grab 2. Hey, there's a second Staff of Stories. We don't need 2 in the deck, but it's a very strong rare. And Argenport Ringmaster. Cool. Let's get some Lightning Storms in this deck. That Polymorph has been weird. I've hit it every time with Elysian Trailblazer, and there's only 1 in the deck. Like, every time I've played Elysian Trailblazer just because I had to, it's been Polymorph. Which is... mystery. Alright. Fairly important uncommons. Okay, cool. So we got Island's Favor. We could cut Island's Favor out. I don't think that's super great. What do we start ditching here?